Okay. Happy Father's Day, 2026. I'll be reading Hand Dug Well Full of Snakes, uh, a nearly true story. Mhm. All thanks go to my wife, Matisse, and my uncle, Mark, for their gentle prodding and loving encouragement made this possible. Sweet old Maxie. She was 13 that year and had been having a hard time. Her once thick and luxurious coat was thinning and dull. Her eyes, that used to be so sharp, had become cloudy. She still had that big, goofy grin, but there were gaps where her big white teeth once lined up. On that morning, she looked up at me from the kitchen floor, that same big grin mixed with whatever expression dogs had for shame, unable to get up out of a pool of her own mess. I knew right then it was time. I picked her up in my arms like a baby and carried her out the sliding glass door and off the deck to a sunny patch in the backyard. She was so light for her size, not even 30 pounds, less than half her fighting weight, all fur and bones now. I left her wobbling on her feet in the sun and the grass. After cleaning up the floor, I called a local vet and set up the appointment for humane euthanasia that day. I wasn't sure if Maxie went to that vet or any vet, really. She was my dad's dog. He may have gotten her as a gift to me when I was a 10-year-old kid. But after 13 years of him feeding her, we all knew the deal. She was his dog, and he had passed 3 months ago. I had made a joke at his memorial about his old dog outliving him, and it came back to me as I watched her sway in the sun. How much of her doggy life with my dad does she remember? I wondered. Does she remember all the last 2 years in the suburban home of my deceased grandparents in Minnetonka, trying to get fat and stay happy with the Lutheran neighbors and the whitewashed houses and no sidewalks and no strangers? Does she remember the 3 years before that in an A frame cabin in the woods with a wall free outhouse and a well full of snakes? She and my dad spending their days drying out in peace and solitude, punctuated by rock and roll weekends in town. Or before that, the darkest years in the crooked heart of Minneapolis, watching over my father as he was tortured by thirst, adrift in a sea of burnt water. Maxie was the only witness to all of my father's deepest troughs of the soul. He had told me that not only had she saved his life more than once, but that when it was quiet and they were alone, she spoke to him. What did she say? I asked. I love you. That kind of shit. Just what you'd think a fucking dog would say. When's dinner? God damn it. After dad passed, Maxie stuck around to make sure that I was going to be all right. I was perhaps her second favorite human. I was the one who had first learned what her name was. I was the only one who tried to do any kind of training with her when she was a puppy. Dad didn't believe in training. He said dogs were smarter without training. He used Maxie as an example of how smart an untrained dog can be. And actually, she was brilliant. She had to be. There were several years when my dad counted on her to keep them both safe. Standing there with her face in the sun, eyes closed, and panting in the light, she turned her head and looked at me, and she was ready. And I nodded. I was ready. Slowly, we walked through the thick, dewy grass. I led her with a soft leash around the house to the passenger side of my dad's Lumina. My tears started as I watched the old dog get excited to load up for her last ride. I lifted her in and took my seat and gently placed her head in my lap. I stroked her head and drove with tears in my eyes. I was saying my goodbyes and telling her how I'll miss her as I parked right in front of the vet's office. I helped her out of the car, and we slowly walked up the stairs and through the glass doors. I was openly crying and telling her dad is waiting for her and she will see him soon. The lady at the counter was the picture of Minnesota sympathy as she asked my name. I said, Orion Donicht and Maxie. I just called. She frowned and she looked at her screen. I just called, I said. I just got the address. 524. She politely interrupted me. I'm sorry, hon. This is 525. That vet is across the street. I felt my face spasm under my nose as fresh tears leaked out, and I looked down at Maxie, looking up at me, grinning, and I heard my father's ghost growl, "Idiot!" A week went by, and Maxie's ashes were ready to pick up. I had sprung for the most expensive private cremation, but when it came to the vessel, I went for the $7 bag with a tag and a box with a tidy laser printed label, Maxi Donicht. The whole thing cost about 350 bucks, which is about half of what it cost to give my dad's remain the exact same treatment. Dad's box was about twice as big, too. You could really see it as they sat side by side in the trunk of the Lumina. Will Donicht, Maxi Donicht. I slammed the lid shut and drove us all home. I'd like to say I didn't just leave them in there while I went about my days, but I did. Where else do you keep them? I brought them in the house for a bit, but I couldn't stop staring at them. They looked like packages waiting to be sent, sealed and labeled. I felt bad hiding them in the closet. They demanded action and attention. So back in the trunk they went. They just rode around with me as I went to work framing houses, then back home to the 3 bedroom, 2 bath, split level, finished basement pantry, 2 car garage, suburban ranch style home that my father had inherited from his folks a few years before he passed. Back when my sweet Norwegian grandparents tended the garden in the backyard, it produced a magnificent bounty of veggies that she canned and pickled and roasted and grilled and served to the family with love and care. My grandfather kept the lawn immaculate and the house painted and the windows clean. The whole scene had fallen into a bit of disarray for the few years under my father's care, but that was nothing compared to the neglect I was showing it now that I was in charge. I knew what a lawnmower was. I knew we even had one. I just didn't want to use it. I didn't think we needed it. This dovetailed nicely with me not feel like doing it. I called the long waves of grass that grew around the house an English garden. It looked so thick and healthy to me. The birds loved it too. The old vegetable garden became an experiment in wild herbology, like a hippie with clean hair. The house still looked pretty nice, just a little bit wild. It's not that I didn't know what clean suburban living looked like, I just didn't care. I was a 23-year-old pothead. There was no time or energy for minor trifles like yard work. When my dad ran the show, he had lots of help with the day to days. He had a wonderful girlfriend, Sandy, and he had his dog, Maxie. And he had an old hippie buddy staying with him there in Minnetonka, a most colorful, lovable burnout named Dave. Whose story of woe, discontent, alcoholism, divorce, attempted suicide, incarceration, malignancy, and triumph was inspirational enough to shake your atheism. Dave tended the garden and the lawn for my dad, topless in white painter's pants, catching his sweat with a strip of tie dyed cloth around his forehead and ponytail, aviator shades, and a handlebar mustache, big scars across his bare chest and back, looking like a 60-year-old Greg Allman mowing the grass. He must have scared shitless all the squares on the block who probably missed my grandparents quite a bit, but not as much as they would later on. Dave cooked some and cleaned up around the house in exchange for rent. When my dad was still well enough to play bass in the Joel Johnson Blues Band, Dave would go to all the shows. He loved to dance and he loved the ladies, which was ironic because the biggest obstacle between him and the ladies was the crazy way that he danced. While the music played, he would prowl the edges of the dance floor, his ponytail swinging, his head bobbing. Sometimes I can still see him grinning, his big teeth flashing under his mustache, eyes searching, circling the room looking for that special someone, that magic female, the dance partner, the band cooking some Chicago blues shuffle. Dave sees potential in one wallflower and begins to demonstrate his prowess with synchronic movement. He lifts his knees up high in a prancing pony style, right, left, jackknifing his elbows up. Then he throws his arms in the air, shaking his hands, head back, mouth open, eyes wide, knees lifting higher, lifting, kicking horse, leaping lizard. So much unadulterated joy. Honestly, it was too much for most people, and Dave mostly danced alone, but he always went out. My dad had a very tolerant attitude toward Dave, but I was fascinated by the way he danced with such abandon. I'd never seen anyone move like that before or since. The energy he gave off was undeniable, and I marveled at how bright he let his light shine. Man, those were some wild moves, I said to him one morning in the kitchen after a rocking night of music and dancing. David, where did you learn to dance like that? He turned to me slowly and told me this story. Orion, I don't know if you believe in God, but I have spoken to him and been answered. A few years ago, I was going through a nasty divorce. I was drinking pretty heavy, and overall, I was in a fairly dark place. After this one particularly ugly meeting with the lawyers, I got deeply depressed, and I decided, screw it, I'm just going to kill myself. I drove my truck to the liquor store and bought 3 bottles of vodka. I dropped one behind the seat for later. I drank one in the parking lot for now, and I worked on the other one as I headed home. Halfway home, I crashed my truck, and when the cops found me, I was just finishing off the second bottle. I was arrested. I spent a month drying out and basically wanting to die till I was released on probation, on the condition that I wouldn't drink. I went and got my truck from impound, and when I pulled up in front of my house, that third bottle rolled out from under the seat. I took that as a sign and immediately twisted the cap off and drank the whole thing right there in the cab. I was so angry and scared and sick of it all. I just chugged it. It was my first drink in a month, and it hit me like a fucking freight train. I stumbled in the house and grabbed my pistol. I stood in the middle of the living room and I pointed the barrel at my chest. I pulled the trigger and the gun went bang. For 3 days, I lay on my back, begging God to let me die, completely numb, totally paralyzed, frozen, blind in a pool of drying blood and waste and tears. And I just laid there weeping, begging for release, begging God to kill me. And I heard his voice. I won't let you die, David. And that's all he said over and over. I won't let you die. Eventually, a mailman peeked through the window and saw me lying there. He thought I was already dead, but I was alive, and I had heard the voice of God. I had been touched as I lay there. My soul moved back into the light, out of the darkness. I felt my head pulled as if literally came out of my ass, and I realized that I'd been keeping it there for years. And even though my hair stunk and my eyes were all red, at least at last, my head, my mind was free, free of my own bullshit. I spent a few months in the hospital, and then I got the bad news. The bullet had nicked my spine and caused some sort of aneurysm that could explode at any moment, and that would be the end of my life, the life I suddenly wanted very much to keep living. The doctor gave me 3 months to live and released me from the hospital. I was immediately arrested and given 6 months in jail for probation violation. Oh man, those were a long 6 months. Just as the gift of gratitude and appreciation was instilled in my being, just when I had remembered that I wanted to live, now this tested my newfound positivity. I did my time, and it was hard time. After I was released from jail, I was a new man. I was alive. I couldn't believe how lucky I was. I couldn't believe I had wasted so much time in bitterness and anger. I wanted to kiss the ground and sky and everybody I saw. I was born again into a world of energy and potential and joy. I went down to the West Bank and ran into your dad. He needed a roommate and I needed a place to live. And here we are. Every day I wake up and it's a miracle. Every day I wake up and it's a gift. Geraldine, I made up this song to explain. If I said something wrong, it's just words that fail to describe what's inside. Geraldine, you've been living by the tracks with your old man. Should take you back to different worlds. Who decides when worlds collide? Jeopardy. To remember the night when I kissed you. It held you tight, we made love until we melted the snow and it was time to go. Our lives were lived in the dark, trying to find a safe place to park and make love. Just for a lock, you and me. Geraldine, your mother was right all along about darkness and night and what's wrong. Trading your love for a song. Geraldine, I made up this song to explain. My father's memorial was a big old musical party. All the musicians that my dad had played with and all the songs my dad wrote were on display. John Beach got down on the melodica, and Mary Duchesne played some fiddle. I got to sing a couple with the band, and even Willie Murphy jumped up on stage for a couple tunes. My dad's little brother Mark flew out from California to play a couple of my dad's more beautiful songs on the piano. Dave Snaker Ray wrote a poem that brought the whole house to tears. I thought Joel Johnson had the best line of the night, though. Will Donicht lived 100 years, and it only took him 53 to do it. It was a perfectly raucous celebration on my father's part of 4 decades of West Bank rock and roll history. Bands played, dancers danced. The drink was flowing and the smoke was blowing. 3 different women confided in me about the same song, Geraldine, saying that my dad had written it for them. I told them each, I know. There, across the room, I saw my oldest friend that I've known since birth and before, Red Boy. We grew up in houses that were across the alley from each other in Minneapolis. We spent our childhood running together down the dark streets of the city. First, he was Tom Sawyer and I was Huck Finn, throwing empty coffee cans into the night air to catch bats. Then he was the Wolverine and I was Colossus, tearing down the alleys and scaling up the chain link fences. Then he was the dude from A Clockwork Orange, and I was the dude from the Cannonball Run. That is to say, we began to develop different genres in our early teens. And that's when shit started to get serious. Between sneaking out of girls' houses and dodging cops after curfew and hanging out in downtown clubs around a bunch of older thugs, Red Boy and I started to make decisions that really mattered. Just then, my mom moved me to Willow, Alaska. Red Boy stayed in Minneapolis, and 2 years later, he was caught by the police with a bad mix of acid and guns. He told me the guns were his, but the acid was not. But he took the rap for all of it and got 7 years in real prison. And there he was, fresh out and needing a place to stay. Well, my brother, I just inherited this big old house in Minnetonka, I said. Dad would be pissed if I didn't have you come live with me. I knew it would have been what Dad wanted, as Red Boy was like a second son to him. Red Boy's mom was a Native American woman, beautiful, intelligent, and poised. But his dad was another West Bank wild man like mine, only black and poetic instead of white and musical. Donald was his name, and he was one of a kind, a man of his moment, moving pounds of weed and ounces of cocaine and using the proceeds to produce political spoken word pieces and performance art featuring his original work in local theaters and coffee shops. Donald's house was where all the kids on the block would go to watch porno and eat pizza unsupervised. There were Xerox flyers on the living room wall of Donald in a Nixon mask with long dreadlocks sticking out and hanging down around his business suit, hands up in peace signs. Me and Red sat at that kitchen counter, each drinking a gallon jug of milk while the adults partied in the living room just about every day for the first 5 or 6 years of our lives. This one time, Red Boy and I steal a pack of zigzag papers from his dad's rolling tray. We must be about 6 years old. We sneak into my dad's garage, and Red Boy starts rolling us up some J's out of sawdust. Well, I dig out my dad's Playboy collection. There in the middle of the dusty, dirty, dark garage, crammed with boxes, we light sawdust joints and burn little sawdust piles to see the pictures by. Somehow the whole place catches on fire. Red Boy and I have to break a window to get out because we can't reach the door. We escape, but the garage is a total loss. After the fire department comes and puts out the flames and leaves and everything settles down, my dad takes me to my room and sits me down on my bed. My dad's over 6 feet of hard working roofer and he towers over me as he stands up. I want you to wait here, and in 20 minutes, I'm going to come spank your ass, he says. He has never punished me for anything in my life. I was basically a good kid, maybe a little wild, but my parents were very hands off. So the prospect of getting hit by him is especially terrifying. I'm sitting there waiting to be spanked for the first time. It's the longest 20 minutes of my life. When he finally walks in the door, I see he's been crying, and I know that means he's going to hit me so hard it makes him sad. And he sits down on the bed, and I lay across his knees with my eyes wide in terror, and I'm biting my lips. He says, "This is going to hurt me more than it hurts you." And I think to myself, what does that mean? And his hand goes up, and I clench my eyes and teeth, and his big hand comes down, and it's one little swat on the tush. Barely enough to kill a mosquito. I can't believe it. He picks me up and sets me down and walks out. I drift to sleep that night full of relief and love. Red Boy, on the other hand, got the belt from his old man. He got a butt whooping so bad that when he came over for dinner next week, he had to stand the whole time. My dad always had a spot for Red Boy in his heart, and I knew he would have been happy to let Red Boy stay in the family house in Minnetonka. Our sweet suburban neighbors, however, must have been losing their minds. Seeing Red Boy walking down to the mailbox, his funky old bathrobe falling open to reveal tattoos from his shaved head to toe, the two of us fixing up a shitty 81 Lincoln Continental in the driveway with agnostic front blasting on a boom box, drinking cans of beer on the back deck in our boxers, watching the sunset, laughing at the husbands peeking at us through their curtains, winking at the wives. One morning, one morning we're having a smoke and reminiscing. For my eighth birthday, I wanted a big squirt gun fight with all my friends. I was talking about it for days. Everyone will be there. Everyone will have squirt guns. It'll be the best birthday ever. The reason I'm so jazzed about it is I just got this really cool Star Trek phaser type squirt gun, and my neighbors had gotten one that looked like Han Solo's pistol from Star Wars. My mom, however, was upset about the toy guns. Garbage in, garbage out. What does that mean, Mom? It means if you play with guns, you'll get hurt by guns. Dad chimes in. It's just a squirt gun, Rebecca. You can't get hurt by a squirt gun. Garbage in, garbage out is all. You want a bunch of children running around pretending to shoot each other? That sounds like a good time to you? Yeah, Mom, that sounds like a good time. Well, it's not a good time, Orion. It's a terrible time. Sheesh, Rebecca, let the kid have a squirt gun party. How bad can it be? Dad had another reason to want to go through with the party. He had already made some arrangements and didn't want his plans to fall through. It was a hot, sunny day for the party. A dozen kids came, and the squirt guns are a hit. First, we play some other games: pin the tail on the donkey, red light, green light, tag. Then we take turns blasting on a pinata. When that finally broke open and the kids scarf the candy up, it's time for the gun battle. We all fill our guns from the hose and take up positions around the backyard. I feel my little index finger get tired from all the squeezing. Red Boy and I are locked in a death match, point blank, squirting each other as fast as we could. I'm gritting my teeth and taking the hits in the face. Suddenly, Red Boy's gone. A thick stream of water hits him in the side, and he goes flying. He looks up from the puddle. He's soaked and with surprise on his face. I just start to wonder what happened to him when I get shoved forward, but feels like a big wet hand in the middle of my back. I lie in the mud face down for a second, and then I hear my dad laughing his ass off. He's on the roof in his cut off jean shorts with a t shirt, laughing and holding a big silver fire extinguisher. He had it filled with water and taken it to the gas station to charge it up with air. It was pumped up to 100 psi, enough to rip your skin up close, and plenty enough to knock down little kids from far away, which is what dad was doing now. Look out below. Not only does the spray have immense pressure, it's so much water so fast, you're instantly soaked to the bone when it hits you. The kids quickly get hip to the real threat and start to scream and take evasive maneuvers. Dad has a good vantage point, though, and there's nowhere to hide in the backyard. He gets everyone. All the kids are knocked down and drenched. A couple are crying as my dad climbs down off the roof and surveys the scene. Puddles and tears and angry parents taking their sopping kids by the arm. My dad smiling from ear to ear. Great party, kid. I remember that shit, said Red Boy. Your dad was a maniac with those kids. I think that was the last big birthday party my parents threw me. That was the last time those kids were allowed at your house. Yeah, great party, man. Say, which way is the hospital? My son had caught a broken arm. Hey, kid, I got a present for your birthday. It's painkillers. Because now I want to get knocked out for my birthday, not knocked down. I said, wait a minute. Now that you mentioned that, a wonderful and terrible thought dawned on me. I ran up to my dad's room and rummaged through his dresser. Red Boy followed me in there. I remember seeing these when I was looking for the will, but I didn't really register what they were. What they were seven boxes with 10 in each box of 72-hour time release morphine patches that my father never got a chance to use. I pulled one out and shook it like a Polaroid in front of Red Boy's face and said in my best stuffy British accent, isn't it a little early for morphine, sir? What if I told you it was morphine jelly, sir? Red Boy snatched the patch out of my hand because it looks like we're making us toast. We took it to the kitchen scissors, cut the edge off patch, squeezed the clear jelly out onto our palms. We stood in sweet deceased grandma's kitchen, licking and smacking the morphine jelly down with numb mouths. Ugh, the yada, the taste is terrible, man. Ugh, I know. It's like eating medicated shit. Let's go to the liquor store. I gotta wash my fucking mouth out. So we go for a walk across the burb to a strip mall half a mile away. By the time we get there, I can start to feel a tingle around the edges of my head and hands. Inside the door of the store was a display of these two old timers on it, drinking wine coolers and sitting on a porch. That looks just like us, I said. Yeah, it does, but old. Look how happy we look. Fucking old and happy. They say getting old sucks, but it beats the alternative. Well, then we better get fucking happy, Red Boy said. So we both get a 4 pack of the advertised coolers. On the way back, my legs get heavier and heavier, and the walking got slower and slower until finally we found a good place to stop. In the bushes by a fence in the outfield of a baseball diamond where a high school girls' softball game is going on. We each crack a wine cooler and settle in to watch the game. You're the James to my Bartles home slice, home school, homeless, home free. The bats and the balls make a clinking sound just like our bottles did. The stands all cheering and the girls were running around the bases. I was about halfway done with my bottle when I noticed the morphine really started kicking in heavy. I said, dude, I'm kind of starting to feel it. And I had to force my eyebrows up my forehead to keep my eyes from closing. I turned my head, and the skin around my skull took an extra second to catch up with the bone. There in my field of vision, I see Red has turned on too. A huge old grin split his face through the middle as his eyes rolled around, unmoored from his brain. He had one hand on the chain link, holding him up as his knees started to give way, and then he was hanging there, laughing slow. I started to laugh at the sight of him and realized I was doing the same one handed sloth hold on the fence. Both of us were dangling on the fence there in the bushes, chuckling and drooling, drinking our exotic berry, watching the girls run in the sun and listening to the sounds of the game. Clink, run, Tammy! Yeah, woohoo! I finished my wine cooler and chucked the bottle over my shoulder and slurred in Red Boy's direction. Yo, why the fuck are we still in public? Dude, if some jacked up suburban dad sees our weird asses oogling their daughter, they're only going to stop whooping on us long enough to dial 911. He slurred back, fuck those shower curtain bitches, back to the casa. We stumbled the rest of the way home. The return trip so much further than the walk there. I started riffing on the walk. Fucking Minnetonka, am I right? Minnetonka. What's so great about the water, huh? Right? Last summer, I was plumbing a casino up in Hinckley. I was the only white guy on the crew. Everyone else was Ojibwe. Well, white people call them Ojibwe, but the Ojibwe call themselves the Anishinaabe. The other tribes call them Schnabs. The Anishinaabe call white people Wasichu, which means long knife. I'm not sure if that references guns or swords or what. Now, dig this. Minnetonka is the Anishinaabe word for great waters, like Tatanka meant great one in Dances with Wolves, remember? And my mom loves that flick. Anyway, Minnehaha means laughing waters, right? And Minnesota means sky blue waters, just like the old Hams commercial, from the land of sky blue waters, waters. See, but Minneapolis is a bastardization of two languages, and it really don't mean shit. Finally, we made it to the front door of the house. Across the living room were two comfy chairs, the last of my grandparents' original living room furniture. Next to the chairs was a big new TV. The old couch and love seat had both been compromised and retired. The end tables had both migrated, one to under the new TV and the other to a bedroom. Even the carpet had been ripped up to reveal the original beat up hardwood floor. I hesitated on the threshold a moment and took in the sparseness of what was once a soft, cozy white room. When I was a child and we came here for holidays, it was so clean and nice and warm and well lit and inviting, so different from the rest of the world where I lived. The daylight through the curtains glowed blue and cold on the hardwood and bare floors. All that was left of the old niceties are grandma and grandpa's relaxing chairs, which Red Boy and I decided to occupy, with a bucket on the floor between us and barbed wire on the TV, taking turns puking and laughing and nodding outs. Before my dad moved to Minnetonka to care for and then bury his parents, he lived for a few years in a dry A-frame cabin in the woods up east of Sandstone, Minnesota, with a mailbox that was painted blue with flowers on it and trailing vines too. The local Scandinavian carpenters laughed at his building. It's very strong, they said. More nails than wood. But Dad put it together himself on 40 acres of tamarack swamp just off the St. Croix River and the Wisconsin border. He wasn't making any money living up there, but he wasn't getting into trouble either. Driving to the Twin Cities for gigs on weekends and playing solo guitar Sundays at a farmer's bar over the river from his cabin in a cozy corner of Wisconsin, drinking cowboy coffee out of an old enamel pot cooked on a fire in a sandy pit, steam rising in the sunrise, cooking stew in the same pot on a different fire for dinner. He hired his girlfriend's kid to dig the well and paid him in smokes and beers. The hand dug well worked well for a while he lived there, but cranking on the red handle in the kitchen just made it cough up dust now. Dad had the kid dig an outhouse hole too, which Dad then covered with a slatted wooden crate that had an old toilet seat mounted on top of it. A true outhouse. No walls around you to impede the view of the sun rising over the snow swept swamp. The wind playing the branches of the spruce and birch stands felt like it was blowing straight up your bare ass as you sat there. There were raw conditions, but they were also peaceful. Just Dad and Maxie and the wood stove crackling, smoking rollies and lefties, drinking E&J and chasing it with Leinenkugels, writing in his diaries and listening to the crank radio. The closest neighbor was a mile down the road. His name was Stuart. Stewart was a South Dakota boy who had left the farm at 18 to join the Army. One day on base, a drunk driver crashed into Stewart's motorcycle and broke every bone in his body. The Army put him back together pretty good and gave him 120% disability. Stewart took the money and got himself 100 acres out by my dad's 40 and started working a dog team. 20 huskies howling at the stars and barking in the dust. Living a dream. Stewart wooed a local woman from Stanstone named Carrie and convinced her to come stay with him full time out on the acreage with the dogs. Carrie came to love the musher's life as much as Stu, and every year their lot grew. My dad would visit Stu and Carrie and bring the guitar and the brandy, and they bonded well over drinks and music and cribbage and talking shit. Stuart and Carrie both came to my dad's memorial and they told me come visit them up north. So one day I headed out there with my guitar and a rack of beers and those damn morphine patches. Stuart met me in the driveway. I need some help in the pull barn. Pull around. So I pulled around back and got out. And we hiked over to the barn. Inside stood his old 1971 Italian made Enduro style Harley Davidson motorcycle. Badass motherfucking machine made for uphill racing and panty dropping. Wheels started turning in my head. Damn, Stuart, that's a badass bike, man. What's it doing out here? Nothing, Stuart replied. And it's going to keep doing nothing because it's way too much bike for you or me. Now follow me to the attic. I need help cutting this foam board into the rafters. So we spent a long, hot afternoon out there cutting foam boards and insulating the barn. Afterwards, we headed into his kitchen for some dinner. We cracked a couple beers and talked turned to my dad and Maxie and the old A frame. I heard the well is full of snakes, I said. Dad must have hauled his own water. Carrie said, I never saw your dad drink water. He hauled his own brandy and beer, though. With that, Stuart brought out the brandy and I brought up the guitar and my special surprise. I was just going to give them to him, but now I was thinking about the barter system. Stuart, I've got something I want to show you. I pulled out a single morphine patch. Stu said, ooh, let me see that. I said, careful, man. Red Boy and I did one and it sucked. What'd you do with it? I said, "We cut it open, ate all the jelly, and spun out." He said, you ate it all at once? You're crazy. These are 72-hour time release. You got to let it work. Watch how I do. Stuart cut the corner off the patch and squeezed a pea-sized drop onto his finger. He licked a little dab of jelly off and washed it down with a beer. I followed his lead, and we slowly worked that patch all night. Take a drip, take a sip, play a couple songs on guitar, have a smoke, talk some shit, think about how high you are, repeat as necessary. There was one magic moment late into the evening when we were all flying like kites and a hush fell over the house and the dogs started to sing. First one alone, then a few more harmonizing. Stuart smiled at me as the chorus picked up and pretty soon the whole lot was singing, not in unison but totally in concert. The dogs sang to the moon, howling together a piece of music that I could feel, and it filled me with fascination. A piece of natural beauty was being displayed in its genuine form, and I was slayed. Then, after almost 3 minutes, they all stopped on exactly the same beat. It was unbelievable. A tight ending to a perfect song. I looked at Stu, flabbergasted. He grinned back at me. We shared a still moment of wonder in the silent wake of that mysterious and glorious performance. Wow, that was amazing. Yeah, it was. Stuart, trade me that damn bike for them damn patches. You don't want that bike, dude. You don't want that bike either, and I really don't want those patches, and you do. So make a trade with me. Stuart thought for a moment. What would your dad say? He'd probably say, you better keep a couple of those damn patches for when you crash that fucking bike. Ha ha. Stuart thought for a moment. That's too much bike for you, man. Yeah, but those patches are too much for you, man. I held up the shopping bag, bulging with the patches, and dropped it on the kitchen table. The boxes spilled out everywhere, and Stuart shook his head, and we both smiled because we both knew he was about to agree. Finally, he said, all right, I'll trade you. All right. I left those damn patches there with him. I didn't have any way to move the bike at the time, so it stayed too. Eventually, Stu and Carrie and the dogs, the bike, and I all went north to Alaska, but that's another story. I saw Flo at 8 this morning when I got my AM shot. She pulled me up a double. I said, hey, Flo, thanks a lot. Think I'll pop on down to Blondie's, give me a buck about a beer. Get find myself some West Bank mama. Spend the whole damn day down here in the blues on the bank. Baby, the blues is on the bank. You know the blues down on the bank. Think I'll slide down, get a train. I saw my snowman in the alley, so I got my AM line. And then I saw my reefer man feeling mellow and fine. Said the nickel from Norgren's, give me a little jug of vine. I can smoke and talk, I got my juice and lucid by my side. The blues is on the bank. Baby, the blues is on the bank. Oh, honey, you know the blues down on the bank. Think I'll slide down, get a train. I heard some people talking uptown, some people talking down. Some people said St. Paul, I knew it was Joel Johnson. They get guitars and silver. There's grand pianos too. But if you need a shot of blue, see the avenue because the blues is on the bang. Oh, you know the blues is on the bang. Oh, honey, you know that blues down on the bang. Then I'll slide down, get a train. Willie Murphy had to come. Oh, man, you forgot the last verse. Oh, we'll do that after this chapter. We'll come back to that later. It's the good one. Way back in 1974, the year before I was born, my mom and her boyfriend were living with my dad and his girlfriend in Colorado. My mom's boyfriend, Jim Sanford, had returned from Vietnam and is dreaming of moving to the last frontier, Alaska, where a man could still carve his life out of the world rather than be handed down some prefab existence that's been fully vetted, graded, and compacted. You could stand where no man has ever stood before, see the garden that is the world as it was before humans split the seams and spoiled the green corners with progress in sheer volume. Jim Sanford had a vision of what Alaska means, and with that diamond in his mind, he loaded up a green school bus with everything he owned and smoked up the Alcan Highway. My mom stayed behind in the lower 48, and my dad left his old lady and followed my mom from Colorado back to Minnesota, where they both grew up. They ended up getting together there, and I was born in June of 1975. Our little family unit settled in South Minneapolis. Dad was a roofer and a rocker, pounding nails and beers during the day, playing the blues, and spilling whiskey at night down on the West Bank. Mom worked as a cook at a hippie cafe called the Riverside and also belly danced at Abdul's Afande. They were both young and fun and sexy and in love, and I was much loved by them. There was a huge community of like minded people around Minneapolis at the time, too. Bunch of dirty hippies and their kids running around like we own the place. On my first birthday, my parents threw a big party down at Riverside Park. 200 people came, kegs of strong home brewed beer, live music, dancing, plus a badminton net. By this time, I could walk pretty well, and I was seen cruising from table to table, finishing off half drunken beers. They later found me passed out under a tree in my diaper. Dad was so proud. 4 years later, in 1980, the family made our first jump to Alaska, following Jim Sanford's footsteps to Willow, where my dad and two of his friends bought a bar called the Trading Post. By 1981, the money was gone, the friends were drunks, the bar was repossessed, and the family moved back to Minneapolis again. Fast forward to 1989, about 4 years after my parents split up, and 2 days after my birthday, I moved to Willow for the second time. Mom takes me, 14, and my little brother Gabriel, 5, back to Alaska to live with Jim Sanford, who becomes a stepfather to my little brother and me, with all the designations and complications that come with that position. This time we leave my dad and his drink in Minneapolis, but Alaska always held a fascination for him. For years, he wrestled his demons in the heart of the beast and dreams of that fresh, clean air up there. Even as the heavy, wet chains of alcoholism drag his sodden body through the cold gutters of the biggest city between Chicago and Seattle, he clutched at the street drains and cast his mind to those snow covered mountains. Meanwhile, I'm living with his old buddy Jim, who has a penchant for what I would call histrionic paranoia. First, he is a triple Virgo. Second, he had been a Marine in Vietnam. And third, after returning from that, he enjoyed a brief stint as a heavy cocaine abuser. Intense was a word I might use to describe his personality. Irrational, irritated, and instigational also work. The house we move into in Willow was a two-story nightmare ranch style, which had originally been conceived as a secret marijuana grow operation. That means there were no windows in the bedrooms, nor does it have any sheetrock. There's black plastic hung over clear plastic hung over insulation for walls, and 20 hooks in the ceiling of each room. The trim's never been put up either, so there's gap between the wall and the door jamb, and you can hear everything going on in the house clearly. It's the night before the first day of school. I have to set up my bed and dresser and stereo in my room and even put one picture on the wall by my bed of the cover of Mother's Milk by the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Jim yells that dinner's on, and I go downstairs to the kitchen. As soon as I see the table is covered with newspaper, I let out a sad groan. What the fuck? You don't like king crab legs? Jim asks incredulously. Jim, language, my mother chides him. I used to, I reply, till I had to eat them every other day. Jim works as a general contractor on the Aleutian chain. Oftentimes, he would come home from work after 3 months with 3 or 4 50-pound garbage bags full of frozen giant king crab legs. So we ate that shit all the time, 3 or 4 times a week. So rich. I was totally over king crab legs. Well, you don't have to eat anything if you don't fucking want to. Jim, Mom interjects. He shrugs it off. Save us some money trying to stuff that bottomless pit he calls a stomach. I'll eat it. I'll love it. I say, I'm here for dinner. My mom, my brother, and I start dishing up the legs and garlic butter, and Jim pours himself a tall triple Cuervo with a splash of pineapple juice on top. It's amusing to watch him make his drink. Tall glass full of ice, fill almost completely with tequila, and the tiniest splash of juice on top, just for flavor in that first sip. Our cupboard always had stored a case of Cuervo in the big handled 175 bottles and a case of little tiny cans of pineapple juice. Jim settles in with his drink in his hand and watches me eat, slowly shaking his head side to side and staring at me over the rim of his drink. What's wrong? I ask. Just thinking of all the things I'm missing since you got here. This is a recurring theme. He is convinced I am some kind of master thief that is fencing his awesome collection of rusty tools and moldy building materials one piece at a time. I could have gotten away with it too if not for his powers of deduction because my mother is so blind to my criminal charm. Frankly, I'm sick of his bullshit and I'm feeling a bit ragey. I'm missing some shit too, like normal meals and a fucking window in my room. You ungrateful little shit. You don't even know how good you got it. You got a fucking roof over your head. You ought to be thankful. Yeah, thanks, Mom. This is really great. Thanks, Jim. Thanks for everything. I shoot daggers with my eyes and stand up to leave. Fuck you, asshole, Jim says quietly. Your mother deserves better. I totally agree. Please excuse me. I've got the first day of school tomorrow early. I push my chair in and storm up the rickety staircase to my room. I drift off to sleep, listening to my mom and Jim arguing in the kitchen. Sometime later in the night, I'm awakened by the of a chainsaw pull start. On the third pull, the chainsaw fires up in the hallway outside my bedroom door. Bam! Jim kicks in the door open, brandishing the roaring chainsaw. Smoke's filling the air. He maniacally laughs and yells, "Here comes your fucking window!" 4 strokes through the wall. Sawdust flying, smoke's belching. His big boot kicks the square chunk of wall that's become a hole out into the night. The cool air rushes in as I pull my covers up to my chin. Sawdust blows all around my bedroom and in my hair and in my eyes. My mom glides in with a roll of screen material and a staple gun as he stomps out, chuckling into his beard. He's been drinking, and you know he tries to do good, but you know he gets so mad at you, and you just don't make it easy. And please, can you just forgive him? Mom says as she fixes the screen over the hole. Then she goes to my brother's room to soothe him as I lay there silently, staring wide eyed at the ceiling, itching from sawdust and not sleeping the rest of the night. That screen covered hole serves as my window well into November. And after it got cold enough, I forgot to not complain. One morning, I got up. The unfinished nature of my bread. I brought up the unfinished nature of my bedroom, and Jim promised to do something about it that day while I was at school. When I got home, I noticed there was something different about the living room. There's a doorbell button mounted on the ceiling above the kitchen table. Did you get my window fixed? I asked, looking at the button. I sure did, Jim answers, chuckling. What's that button for? What, this? Jim reaches up and pushes the button several times. You can hear it softly dinging from upstairs in the direction of my bedroom. I run up to my stairs, run up the stairs and into my room. There is the finished window, looking nice and cased in. And there, on the wall by the door, is an ornate black box that holds the doorbell chime. Jim's comes in the room after me smiling. Now I don't have to yell around the whole house for you. 1 ring means phone call, 2 rings means visitor, 3 rings means get your fucking ass downstairs now. What the fuck kind of psychological torture shit is this? I didn't have the words. I dreaded that chime. I hated that man. One Saturday afternoon, while I was sulking in my room, the bell goes off 3 times. Shitty fucking asshole. I run down the stairs to meet Jim standing in the middle of the living room. All right, give it back. he says. Give what back? I ask, genuinely curious. The joint that was on the table. Give it back. I've been in my room this whole time. I don't even know any joint on the table. There was a joint on the table and now it's gone. So don't give me no bullshit about you being in your room. Just give me back my fucking joint. I don't have your joint. I was in my room the whole time. I don't know anything about that joint. I start to look around the table and surrounding area. You're a liar and a thief, and you better give me back my shit or you're in for a world of fucking hurt. I am already there, dude. I mutter under my breath. Then I spy the joint on the rug under the table. Aha! Here it is, man. It must have rolled onto the floor. I pick it up and set it down on the table. Nice sleight of hand, Jim says quietly. What the sleight of hand? Man, are you kidding me? He is not kidding. So goes about like this while I live there in Willow. At least it was easy to forget about Minneapolis and my dad and his tortures. The year I turned 16, dad goes so far down the bottle, his body starts to break up. During one particularly long and intense bender, his blood gets so thin, the capillaries inside his lungs disintegrate, and he drowns in his own blood on the floor of a bar in Winona, Minnesota, and it nearly kills him. I am 4,000 miles away in Alaska, getting calls every day from his various girlfriends telling me he's still alive. It gets so sad and scary. The tension just builds up. I start to wish he would just get it over with and pass. He spends almost a month in a coma. Then he wakes up. After a few months, he is strong enough to travel, so he flies up to see me in Willow. And one day, he and I take a road trip over Hatcher Pass. We stop at the top to marvel at Summit Lake's icy blue waters. It is a sunny July day, but there are still patches of snow in the folds and crags of the rocks. The tundra covered hills roll off into the distance. We're standing on the rim of Summit Lake like it is the top of the world. The Matanuska Valley spreads out below us, 400 miles of wilderness in every direction. We could see from Anchorage to Denali. Dad is beside himself and just awestruck at the beauty. Look at those mountains. Can you believe it? He says. I don't speak. I just look at the hill I live on with bored 16-year-old eyes. Well, I guess it's the same shit you see every day, right? Say, tell me, kiddo, how long have you been a jaded asshole? Then he hits me with a snowball. Driving back down the mountain to the house, I have to vent to dad about Jim. He is such a paranoid prick, man. He accuses me of all kinds of stuff that isn't true. He's always on my case about the dumbest shit. He makes me pay for groceries. He made me start paying for propane because I showered every day. A few of my friends drove out to visit me one time, and he made us all shovel the driveway. It's a half mile long. Guess who no one visits anymore? I know sometimes he can seem a bit unreasonable. Unreasonable? I came home late one night because my car had engine problems, and the next day while I was at school, Jim sold my car and used my money to get the driveway plowed. I thought he made you shovel the driveway. It fucking snowed again. Well, you got to appreciate his special view on life. He had it tough, you know. He came back from Nam a vegetarian. Well, fuck. I wish he wouldn't take it out on me. Later that summer, after Dad's visit is over and he flies back to Minneapolis, Jim and I get into a very heated argument. One of those verbal altercations that has the potential to turn physical. I am this close to calling him outside, even though I am sure he would have demolished me in a fist fight. He's only 5 feet tall, but he's 5 feet wide, too. Brawny as a motherfucker. He would have torn my arms out and beat me to death with them, I'm certain. Still, I'm getting so angry. I'm about to give it a shot. Once again, he starts in on me about stealing shit he keeps misplacing. This time he ties it together with accusations of hard drug abuse. He even gets my mom believing I'm on something too. What are you on, meth? What the fuck? Are you serious? You know what I'm on. I get it from you, Ma. Why do you always act so crazy? I'm not crazy. You're the one who's crazy. You're driving me crazy. I laugh. She does not get the joke. Jim straight up turned her against me. He storms out of the house and she and I keep at it. The fight ends with her saying, on your 18th birthday, you're out of here. I do her what I say. I'll be one better, Mom. I'm out of here right fucking now. And then I run out, call my best friend Jeff, ask if I could stay with him for a while. He has three little brothers, and I figure I could slip in and no one will even notice another boy around. Jeff's mom says it's okay, and I spend the next 2 years in Big Lake with Jeff's family until I graduate high school. Those are some of the best, most normal years of my life so far. The coolest girl in school, Métis, lives across the lake from Jeff, and we three hang out like the Three Musketeers. Or was it the Three Stooges? A typical morning would be Jeff and I eating a quick breakfast with his brothers, getting in his car, and picking up Métis on the way to school, stopping at an Atco trailer on the highway that had been converted into a convenience store by an old timer that lived there. Jim's Chuck Wagon. He sells random single cigarettes for a dime a piece out of a jar by the cash register. We smoke a bowl stolen from Jeff's mom, then a cigarette butt, then we go to an ensemble class, first period, and write and rehearse songs for our punk band, Jerry's Kids. I love my high school. Houston, pronounced who's stone? Answer everyone. There are only 30 some kids in my class, and for me, it's a chance to see all my peers in one place at the same time. As soon as I move out of the house, my relationship with my mom and Jim improves immensely. One day, my mom calls me up. Say, number one son, would you have time to come help Jim install a Toyo stove in the house? A Toyo? What's up with the old wood stove? Well, you're not around to split logs anymore, so we're going to go into diesel. Wow, that didn't take long. Also, Jim wants help hanging drywall in your old room. It's your brother's now, and he wants it finished. Of course. I don't have a problem helping out. My mom calls it the attitude of gratitude. My dad calls it the chop wood, carry water school of Zen. I call it, after all that shit, who cares? Either way, as my father shuts down in the crowded city, I blossom in the last frontier. There is a mystique to Alaska, and my father often spoke about that draw. I feel it too, even now. I feel it, and even then, even with my fucked up home life, even though I lived there for many more years than my dad did, and even though I am totally a jaded asshole, my dad loved Alaska, and so do I. So as I ruminated on those days, I finally figured out what to do with Dad and Maxie's remains in my trunk. I'm gonna drive from the Mississippi River in Minneapolis to a mountain called Denali in Alaska, leaving bits of his and his dog's ashes along the way. Spider John's at Triangle. Willie Murphy's at the four. Karen's over at Palmer's. They got Kepner at the door. RJ Mishner's at the whiskey. Hoop Snake's at the caboose. Down at the Viking. George Bell is pouring blues. The blues is on the bank. Think I'll slide down, have a drink. When I'm about 5 years old, my parents and I go to their friend's house for a party. I don't recall the occasion, but it's very crowded. We are all jammed in this little living room, standing room only. The radio is playing, and everyone is drinking and laughing. I look out the window, and the sky has turned a weird, burnt purple color. The radio suddenly interrupts the Steve Miller Band for a severe weather emergency. A tornado watch has started for South Minneapolis, where we are. The party people just kept buzzing. A watch just means conditions are right. It's not like a warning when there are actual tornadoes being seen. Just then, the radio comes back with another severe weather emergency. This time it's for a tornado warning. A funnel cloud has appeared and is threatening to touch down. Now the party sits up and takes notice. Let's all go down to the basement, says the host, and the family start to move. My mom takes one hand and my dad another. As we throng in the kitchen around the basement door, my dad squeezes my hand. I look up at him and he winks and gestures to the back door of the house. I let my hand slip out of my mom's and she doesn't notice. My dad and I go out back, and there are all the single guys and a couple other men getting a ladder together. They prop it up against the house and we all climb up on the roof. Standing up there with the men makes me feel like a king. Guys are cracking beers and jokes, and we watch the funnel cloud less than a mile away. The wind's playing with my hair, and as I watch, the cloud touches down and debris begins to shoot up and out. It's so loud. It's like standing next to a moving train inside a tin tunnel. The chorus of men say, "Whoa." I look up at my dad. I must look scared because he takes my hand tight and bends down to kiss me on the forehead. How cool is this? He asks. Pretty cool, Dad. Pretty cool. When my father passed, he left no will. It was odd because he knew the end was coming. Sometimes he'd say he was going to live just to prove them assholes all wrong, but he had to know. The doctor was right. The eventual became the inevitable, became the immediate. I tore the house apart looking for a will, but I came up empty handed. With no will, his entire estate went to probate. It was mostly what he had inherited from his folks just a few years before, minus the shit the family members had come for. If you've ever dealt with death and money in your family, you know how it goes. Every random second cousin comes out of the woodwork for their piece of the action. So I got to be executor of the picked over bones of the estate as we headed into probate. The process of probate involves finding every debt from your life and reconciling them with every asset. So here came the debts. There was the $20,000 helicopter ride from a bar in Winona, Minnesota to the Mayo Clinic during the aforementioned esophageal varices. There was $7,000 in back child support for my own care and upbringing, a few other random bills. As it all added up, it became clear that I was going to have to liquidate my grandparents' house. Those creditors were like sleeping bees, and now they were awake and buzzing around my head. The neighbors suddenly all wanted to talk to me when that for sale sign went up. I assured them all I would get the most money I could so as not to threaten the value of their homes. Everyone acted super nice to Red Boy and me once they learned that we were leaving, and it didn't take long for the house to get scooped up. So, September of 1998, I took the proceeds from the house sale and loaded up the Lumina with everything I had not sold or given away. I said goodbye to my childhood memories. I said goodbye to the home of holidays and homemade pies and no swearing. Goodbye to the family singing Christmas songs around the home spinet piano. Goodbye to the great waters of Minnetonka. I handed over the keys to the new owners, and Red Boy moved back into the city, and I drove back up to Alaska again. I took my troubles down to the river. I stood on the bank. I threw 'em in the water. Watch that river, watch them old troubles down the stream. I hope nobody has to pick 'em up again. Rain pouring on the desert sand. Drop of dew in your lover's hand. Waves on the ocean, far as you can see. Sweet water rolling over me. I spent a long time by the banks of the Mississippi, just watching the waters flow to New Orleans. I flew down there on the wings of my imagination, just to see if things could really be that green. Rain pouring on the desert sand, drop of dew in your lover's hand. Waves on the ocean, far as you can see. Sweet water rolling over me. My first stop was Riverside Park in Minneapolis. I went down to the riverbank and sang one of my dad's songs to myself as I scooped some of his and some of Maxie's ashes into the swirling waters of the Mississippi. I watched the river move and remembered a day from not too long before when my dad was still alive. I had just moved back to Minnetonka to take care of him and his as his cancer progressed. One morning he makes coffee and asks me to roll us up some joints. The joints I roll up are crooked and lumpy, and my dad is plainly disgusted. No son of mine is going to roll some fucking pregnant looking shit like this. He makes some calls, and we drive out to his friend's house in the country. Dad scores a big old paper grocery sack full of dry weed on the stalk. 2 hours later, we're home, and he has me roll that entire bag into joints. Pinners, numbers, bombers, a couple as big as your thumb. Takes all day. As I roll them, we smoke a few, and he plays songs on guitar. He plays this one instrumental piece that I don't know, but somehow I recognize. It's like a sliver in your finger at an angle, so you only feel it when you rub your thumb across it one way. Hearing him play this tune rings bells in my subconscious. What is that song? I've heard it before. You've heard it many times. I used to play it for you when you were a baby. It's called Black Orpheus. You have to play it every day, or else the sun won't come up. Wow, I love it. Good. You play it. He hands me the guitar. I just look at him. I've actually only heard it with adult musician ears one time. The melody floats in my stoned head, but it's too esoteric to pick out the notes. Go on, genius. Aren't you some kind of genius? Play the fucking song. Like a ghost on the edge of my vision. If I focus on it, it disappears. So I have to approach it peripherally. Let the fingers do it without the brain, slowly and without thinking about it too much. I pick out the notes. I even nail the bridge with just a little guidance. I flub a few spots, but I make it through. And when it's done, Dad smiles at me and takes the guitar. Good job, kid. Thanks, Dad. I whisper to the churning water. The water gurgles back, and I brush my hands off on my jeans and set off west. As I headed west through the great state of Minnesota, the urban centers gave way to more and more farms. The land flattened out and the roads got real straight. St. Cloud was a pretty cool little college town. Alexandria was a cute square headed burg, and Fergus Falls, and finally Moorhead, the last stop in Minnesota before we headed into Fargo. As I entered North Dakota, there was a giant billboard that said, "If you bring weed to North Dakota, plan on staying a while. Minimum sentence 10 years." As I pass under the sign, I take a little toke off a roach and then chuck it out the window with a laugh. Weed in Minnesota is a ticket for less than an ounce. Almost all the surrounding states are zero tolerance. A seed in your floor mat is the same as a roach in your ashtray, is the same as an ounce in your jacket. 10 years. One of the jobs I had while taking care of my dad was installing synthetic gym floors, mixing and pouring, troweling and patching, self-leveling liquid rubber courts tinted the school colors. Most job took 3 days. I worked for one of only two companies in North America that did these installations, so we worked out of town jobs a lot. One job we had was a minimum security prison in Iowa, a zero tolerance Midwestern state. The prison population at this facility was 90% minor drug offenses, 9% repeat DUI, and two old pedophiles in their 80s. It was a bit heartbreaking to go into this place with all these kids who look just like me, but then I get to leave at the end of the day and go smoke weed in the hotel bathroom while they all have to stay locked up. I would drop cigarettes in the yard because you can't hand them out directly and make jokes about the school colors being gray and think to myself, there but for the motherfucking grace of God go I. Driving through North Dakota, a thought occurred to me. Why the fuck do we need two Dakotas? It's nothing but farms and wind anyway. I 94 is so flat and straight for so long, it seems like you're standing still. Set the cruise control, lock the steering wheel, and you'd be fine for hours. Every once in a while, I was jerked awake by a gust of wind blowing my car sideways toward the ditch. Other than that, I just drove through as fast as I could, which frankly didn't seem that fast. People always told me that it has beautiful parts, but I must have driven through those at night. I made it all the way to Montana that first day of driving. It was late night and pitch dark when I got to the state line. I drove a bit longer to seal the deal and then pulled over by a bridge over a creek. I jumped into the backseat of the car to sleep and my mind slowly spooled out. I turned 11 years old in a mobile home trailer in the woods on Orcas Island in Washington State. My little brother, his dad, our mother, and I spent just one summer there. Stingy nettles, giant ferns, giant trees, rain and rain all the time. That winter, I went back to my dad's house in Minneapolis for seventh grade. My father had been a bachelor for a couple years at this point and was really getting the hang of it. Young girlfriends, all night toot parties, putting me to bed and slipping out the front door. I didn't know where he was going to so late, but I had my suspicions. Those nights, I'd lie awake looking out my bedroom window, watching a far off American flag that was lit up in the night a mile away. It was the same flag I had watched from that same bed since I was a kid, flying in the same lights. I'd watch that flag flap and sag and wonder where it was. So far from me, it had a different wind, and the clouds raced across the sky. And I'd wonder where my father is. Hours went by, and I sleeplessly waited, watching the flag and whispering to the man in the moon. I would hold my breath as the front door opened again, and the hushed laughter of my dad and his current missus floats up the stairs. It was a long winter of him sneaking out at night and me worrying instead of sleeping. At the end of the school year, I'm getting ready to go stay with my mom again. This year, she's in Bolinas, California, on a hot and dusty horse ranch with electric wire fences and earwigs on the walls and a giant parrot that squawked, "Here, kitty, kitty, kitty." Before I leave, Dad takes me aside. "I got you something for your birthday." He hands me a Playboy magazine. My jaw drops open as I take in what it is. A special holiday edition. I open it right to the centerfold bunny spread out on red satin sheets. I'm awestruck and filled with joy. My heart wants to burst with love for my dad and his thoughtful gift. "I got you something else too." And he hands me a box of blue Trojan condoms, and my eyes just about pop out of my head. I know what these are for. I know what they are. I've gotten the lowdown on them from Red Boy. They're not just greasy birthday balloons. These were for knocking boots with girls. And frankly, at this point in my development, girls still kind of scared me. Dad put his hands on my shoulders and looks me in the eye and says, "You're a Donicht. You're going to be doing a lot of fucking." What means more than water to a thirsty man whose throat is cracked and dry, yeah, whose eyes feel the same, who wonders if he'll ever find his life when desert dew obscure his feeble vision, but they don't hide him from the sun. He left his home to journey to the northern range. He walked right out of Texas, went up towards Montana, find himself a place to live, find a place to die. Look out through the pouring rain, see the river rushing by. Though delayed by love and words, though delayed by friends, though he loved a place to stay, started up again. He always tore himself away into the night he ran. What means more than water to a thirsty man? Montana was such beautiful country, especially in the fall. And with no speed limits during the day, it just rolled by. That's right. That's what I said. There's no speed limits during the day in Montana. I don't know if they changed that yet or what. I had heard that accidents went down, but percentage wise, fatalities went up. So I'd understand if it had changed. But at the time, it was as fast as you could go, and the Lumina was a fast one. I averaged about 90 miles an hour for the most part. It felt like a video game. Plus, I was getting stoned the whole way as the train flew under the wheels. I kept an eye out for special places and found a couple to leave ashes at. One small, still lake outside Billings reminded me of my first canoe lesson at the family cabin on Lake Placid. It was a beautiful sunny day at the lake. I'm 4 years old, sitting at the far end of the canoe in my swim trunks and big blocky orange vest. My dad stands on shore, holding the other end of the boat. Are you ready for your first lesson? Yeah, Daddy, ready. With a big smile on his face, my dad lifts his end of the canoe and flips it over. And I go over and under the water, and water fills my nose, and my eyes are open, and I'm so startled that I inhale sharply and water goes fills my lungs and I'm flailing about upside down and thrashing around and underwater until finally I get my legs out and under me and I stand up in the waist deep water and retch and cough and dad is laughing and mom is yelling and I walk back to the shore and dad asks if I want to try canoeing again. Fuck no, I yell and dad roars with laughter. We went to Lake Placid a lot when I was a kid. My memories of the family cabin are filled with logs and pine needles. The secret key hanging on a tree to get in the front door. Dad and his drinking buddies playing cribbage while the kids go down to the dock to fish for sunnies. Sleeping on the floor and watching the moon shadows in the window. Don't forget to fill the wood box before you leave. One trip up, Joel Johnson comes to help work on the cabin and get rid of a few cases of beer and a bottle or two. He and my dad bring their tools and their guitars, and after a long weekend of music and cribbage and even some carpentry, we pack up Sunday morning and head back to the city. Maxie's getting really excited to go, and my dad's egging her on. Are you ready, girl? Are you ready, girl? Maxie starts slapping the floor, barks 3 times. Dad throws open the cabin front door and yells, "Let's go!" Maxie shoots out like an arrow in fur across the yard at top speed, right into the steel rear passenger door of the Ford. Clunk! She falls over sideways, out cold, and collapses on the ground. Dad bursts out laughing, and I burst out crying. He's still laughing, and I'm still crying as he and Joel heave her sleeping body into the back seat. As I stand there in tears, the two men turn around grinning, and Dad says, "She's going to be fine. Quit your crying." Dad slams the car door and it cuts the tip off Joel's pinky finger. An hour later, Dad laughs again as Maxie wakes up in the back seat, cross eyed and grinning next to Joel, still snoozing with a dirty red handkerchief wrapped around his hand and a beer bottle between his legs. Rural Minnesota blowing our hair around the open windows of the car. The radios were blasting and my hands were both on the wheel as I was cruising west toward the Pacific Ocean. Grandpa's Lumina was running sweet, hugging the curves and jumping the straights. Through the skinny part of Idaho and across the high deserts of eastern Oregon, I flew. After graduating high school, I left Alaska and moved right next to a college in Oregon. I enjoyed all the benefits of college town living: girls, bars, live music, and drugs without the hassle of having to make classes or pay tuition. I felt at the time that I had grown out of the quiet isolation of Alaska. I wanted more noise in my life, and Oregon was a smooth transition to louder, faster, more crowded lower 48 living. Jim Sanford's son Jason was living there already, and I went to join him and make a punk band together in a halfway hectic, big little hippie college town called Eugene. When 18-year-old me got to Eugene in 1993, top ramen noodle packets sold for 65 cents. Blitz wine hard beer was $4 a 12 pack. Weed was 35 bucks an eighth. Mushrooms were only 12. Acid was just $2 a hit for blotter. But if you wanted the black pyramids with the gold foil bottom made by the actual Ken Kesey at the actual hog farm, it was 5. For a kid fresh out of Willow, Alaska, Eugene, Oregon was like Willy Wonka's factory with better music and hotter Oompa Loompas. I had 3 lost years in that town from 1993 to 1996. From age 18 to 21, I moved enough furniture to barely make the rent and played rock and roll in a couple of bands and gobbled boomers and benders like it was going out of style. Early one afternoon, my bandmate Darwin and I are sitting at the kitchen table having coffee and smoking harshish, resin scraped off the bowl of a brass prototype. Darwin leans back into his chair, slaps himself a dozen times rapidly, and then jumps up. Man, I've had it with this broke ass shit. His t shirt is threadbare, held together with grease stains. His shorts are so ragged, the pockets herniated through the thighs. He jingles the change in one of those white hanging pouches. I got 75 cents for a Sunday paper. I'm going to the box on the corner. I'm going to go grab the want ads and I'm going to get me a jobby job. He heads to the door. Good luck and Godspeed, I say. Hasta la proxima. Darwin's gone for 5 minutes as I continue to poke and ring the brass chambers. Suddenly he bursts in the door. Holy shit, man. It's a sign, man. A fucking sign from God. He don't want me to get no jobby job. Look what I found. He holds up a tightly rolled baggie, and with a snap of his wrist, the baggie unfurled, and it's a dank little haith dropped by some unfortunate stoner. I was at the paper box. I put a quarter in. I looked under the ground, and there it was. Well, you know what they say, I reply. Only users lose drugs. Ha ha. So wait, man, did you get the paper or what? No, man, fuck that. Here's the deal. We're gonna smoke half this bag and sell the other half. Love it, I say. We pack a fresh green bowl and fire away. Later that day, Darwin holds up the second half of the bag. All right, look, let's smoke half of what's left and we'll sell a dime bag tomorrow. That's great, I say, and we start burning it up. Late that night, something wakes me up and I go in the living room and there is Darwin about to smoke the last bowl. The next morning, we're scraping the resin again. That was life in the Willamette Valley of Oregon. So damp the ceilings grew mold, so high you could watch it happen. There was this one skinny little hippie chick in Eugene with homemade clothes and Fimo clay beads in her dreadlocks named Nikki. That is our connection to the family. The family is the hippie mafia that controls the flow of kind buds and other illicit substances up and down the West Coast. Without Nikki, we would have to pay the square tax for our drugs since we're punkers with shaved heads. Nikki would swing by our apartment every other week and have fresh mushrooms for sale. These tiny ones are Liberty caps. Those bigger ones are Cubensis. I have to get 20 for those because my boyfriend's truck got shot. What? Oh, you know, we were picking these in the middle of the night in a cow field when the rancher woke up and started screaming about his shotgun. Then he blew out our back windows. We drove away, but, it was just a warning shot. I don't think that's the way warning shots work. I know, right? I mean, they were fresh. Sometimes we'd have to rinse the cow shit off of these mushrooms. Then we'd eat those boomers like popcorn, choking them down by the handful as fast as we can because they literally taste like shit. Wash them down with a 40, then wait for a half hour for the gut reaction. Then we go for a walk around campus with giant pupils and puke on our breath and shit in our teeth. Eugene is a wonderful town to hallucinate in. Wet air, big trees, a couple really big, cool cemeteries, 24-hour Circle Ks, and great all ages music venues. In Eugene in the 90s, the kids are all right. I am tripping balls in Eugene the day I get the message from my aunt that my dad is real sick in Minnesota, and I should, at the least, come to see him and most probably go to stay with him. Late that night, Darwin and I are at our apartment above the Circle K. We're on the rooftop deck, sparring with kendo sticks in the dark. The shredded bamboo makes a hissing sound as you swing it, and they pinch your bare skin till it bleeds. Neither one of us is any kind of swordsman, so it's just wild swinging at each other and dancing under the new moon. The street lights backlit the edges of the roof. All above and around us is darkness. I say to Darwin, man, I don't want to go to fucking Minnesota. Tack, tack, tack. All the bread is white. All the beer is cheap. There's butter on everything. Darwin says, that doesn't sound too bad. Tap, tap. There's no ocean, I continue. Tap, tap. There's no band. Didn't your mom and little brother move back there? He asks. Yeah, I say. She bought an old Christmas tree farm up north. Tack, 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 swish. She had to sign a contract promising she wouldn't sell Christmas trees for 10 years. Tack, shoot, tack, shoot, tack, tack, tack. So now your whole family's in Minnesota? Everybody but me. It's great. I cannot see them all at once. And your father is sick. I level my katana at his face. I am your father, I say, but Darwin is unimpressed. Your dad is sick, and you haven't seen any of your family in years. I think you should go to Minnesota. Well, I don't give a fuck what you think. Darwin bows up his chest in the dark and takes a deep breath through his nose. I can see the whites of his eyes grow wide in the dark as he brings up his practiced katana and bellows, defend yourself! He lunges at me, whipping the bamboo back and forth. His slashing attack takes me off my heels and I stumble and fall back on the black roofing tar. He points a sword at my face. It doesn't matter what you want. You have to go see your family. If you don't, and your dad dies, you'll never forgive yourself. He's right, and I know it. Hi, sensei. Domo arigato. So the next week, we have a big going away party. There's fist fights and hookups, and I get drunk and carry two full kegs of beer on my shoulders from the truck to the basement. And we gobbled some Cubenzis and danced all night to Primus and Operation Ivy. And everybody watched and cheered at dawn as I tossed my cherry red Chuck Taylors over the power line in front of the apartment complex. Then I go down to the Amtrak station and leave Eugene on the Empire Builder line going east. A shiny black car, maybe a hearse, goes up to the barroom door. A drunk staggered out and the lights went dim. It must be quarter to four. Well, and me had a drink or three, and we were standing on the sidewalk, watching all the young chicks in short skirts strutting their stuff. All the boys smoking reefer and coffee. Hey, Willie, getting on in that car with the smoke up the windows and the roll down bar. I think it's Annie. She's getting inside. Well, Annie, don't you go for that ride. No, Annie, don't you go. No, Annie, don't you go. Oh, Annie, I thought everybody knew you're gonna ride with the vampire down Cedar Avenue. Well, taking good at Annie, she's some beef and assassin now. Skinny ass goddamn red. Her skin is sallow, her cheeks is kinda hollow. She's hanging in the vampire cell. Whoa, don't get in that carpet. They're driving too fast, man. They're going too far. Oh, Willie, if that girl gets sick, we'll never see her again. No, don't you go. No, Annie, don't you go. No, Annie, I thought everybody knows. Gone round with the vampire down Cedar Avenue. 2 years after that sword fight and party, I returned in my grandpa's car with my dad's and Maxie's remains. Driving in, I saw my shoes were still hanging on the line. I took that as a good sign as I rolled into downtown Eugene. A lot had changed in the few years I was gone. Most of my friends had moved away and fallen out of touch. A whole new student body had moved in. I felt like a stranger in the town. I parked the car up by campus and started cruising around on foot. I saw Nikki from back in the day waiting in line for coffee. Her long golden blonde dreads had been shorn off, and she had that classic 1 inch uniform I shaved my head a bit ago hairdo. Hey, lady, give us a hug. You're looking good. Ooh, I love this. When did you shave your head? Lice, she replied. It took me just a second to understand. No, when? When did you shave it? Oh, about a month ago. Yep. Those little buggers got me again. Dang. Yeah. Say, do you know where to get any of those boomers? She did. So I got a little baggie that I stuck deep into my pocket. Then I got back into Lumina and headed for the Motel 6 to get a room. After I checked in, I headed out to look for some lunch. About a mile up the road was a Denny's. I ordered some pancakes and coffee. When the coffee came, I snuck a little mushroom from my pocket and crumbled it into the cup. I ate the pancakes and started writing in my journal. Every time the waitress filled the cup with hot coffee, I added some more crumbled mushroom stems and caps from my pocket. I finished the cakes and started to dream. My parents had been divorced for almost 5 years around my 14th birthday, and my mom, my brother, and I were living separate from my dad in Minneapolis. Washington and California had both been a bust, and we were staying at my mom's friend's Nadine's, getting ready to move to Alaska, this time without dad. I'm in the front yard of Nadine's brick fourplex with Nadine's daughter playing mumbly peg. Side note, the rules of Mumbly Plague are players throw a knife at their own foot, and whoever sticks the blade closest wins. Knife to foot contact was an automatic win. However, we played different in Minneapolis. We threw the knife at the other person's feet and tried to make them move. If you moved your foot, you lost. Whoever sticks the blade closest wins. Knife to foot contact was an automatic loss for everyone. My dad pulls up in his car. Orion, come here. I freeze. I'm surprised to see him. He and I haven't had any contact for a few months. By this time, Dad is living in the bottom of a bottle. He had lost the house and is crashing with a girlfriend in the tragic part of town. He's spinning like a feather tied to a rock dropped in a deep creek. His living rooms are painted gray, his curtains are drawn, and his lights are put out. He looks terrible. Bloodshot eyes and greasy hair, dirty fingers passing his chapped lips an unfiltered cigarette to suck and chew on with yellow teeth. Smoke blows out of the open car window. Orion, come here. Just then, Nadine bursts out of the house. Will, get out of here. Orion, come inside now. Orion, get in the car. Shut up, Will. Orion, sweetie, come inside now. Both you kids, let's go. Orion, get in the fucking car now. In 1998, the waitress brought my coffee pot to my table, but 1989 was still playing in my mind. You want another cup, hon? Nice, Will. Real nice. Why don't you get out of here before I call the cops, you damn drunk? Sure, thank you. Fuck you, bitch. Calm. Orion, goddammit, get in the fucking car. Everything all right, sweetie? No, Orion, no. Get in the house. Fuck off, Will. Get the fuck out of here now. Yes, everything's great. Thank you. Thanks for all the coffee. I grinned at the waitress's back as she walks away. I'm standing completely still, crying in the yard as my father and Nadine exchange unpleasantries. My father screams things at that woman that are so dark they burn in my young memory and haunt my thoughts and color my image of him for years. Finally, he drives away, screeching hexes and curses and tires. In a Denny's restaurant in 1998, I reach for another handful of magic mushroom crumbs to put in my cup, but I find none. I pull the empty out of my baggie out of my pocket and saw there's nothing but dust. And oh shit, I thought to myself, I can't believe I ate the whole thing. Alarms start going off in my head, signaling it was time to leave. I return to my eyes and look around the restaurant. The whole room, the walls, the tables, the ceiling, the floor, take a deep breath in and out. And suddenly it feels like I've been sitting there for hours. 1 million miles away on the edge of the table was the check. I didn't even see the waitress drop it. I could feel the mushroom waves start lapping at the shores of my brain as I put the cash now on the tray. I was all ready to race the mushrooms to the motel when the weight of my memories washed over me. I steadied myself and looked at the cup in my hand. I started to consider making it a souvenir of this trip, literally. Here I was on a sacred quest to my father's far north Mecca, and this humble little ceramic tan and brown Denny's mug had been transformed into a holy chalice, bearing a potent magical brew. I decided I was going to take the cup, even though I was racked with guilt for being a thief. So I sat there a bit longer and I wrote a nicely toned but way too wordy note on the check to the waitress, apologizing for stealing the mug, explaining why I did it, the trip I was on, the reason why it meant so much to have this reminder. And I was just about done with the long note when four police officers entered the restaurant. Shit. They took the table right next to mine. Shit. I sat and waited as they got comfortable and stretched out. They started looking at the menu and cracking jokes about a bust earlier that day. When I saw my chance to split, I jumped up, wrapped the mug in my notebook, not covering it very well, and I headed to the door of the restaurant. My waitress passed me as she went to the table to grab the check. Shit! She said, You need change, hon? I said, No, thank you, ma'am. My heart pounded as I started to hot step it out the door down the sidewalk to the car. I jumped in and turned the key. The waitress has had time to read the note now and turn to the table full of cops and yell, Arrest that motherfucker! motherfucker. So I burned a little rubber peeling out of the parking lot. Looking in the mirror, I saw nothing. No action at the door by the cars. I'd made it. I saw a speed limit sign saying 35. I looked at my speedometer. Shit, I was going 50. I slowed the car down to 35. Good. And I look up at the road. Shit, I'm in the middle of two lanes. I steered gently to the right lane. I look at my speedometer. Shit, I'm going 20. I grabbed a little gas and looked up. Shit, I'm almost in the ditch. I made it to the Motel 6 parking lot and got an easy parking spot in the outer rim. I shut the car off and sat in the driver's seat and listened to the tick of the cooling engine and the talk of the world around me. Donning my sunglasses, I started to laugh at the absurdity of my narrow escape from the police, from the diner, from the consequences of my actions, from the past traumas and traps. My body was an hour from the ocean, but my spirit was right on the shore. I felt the winds forming funnel clouds in my mind, and as the hurricanes came in, I washed away. I split Eugene the next day and headed west. When I got to the coast, I took a right on Highway 101 and pointed the car north toward Alaska. Before I got too long, I found a great place to pull off next to the ocean. Standing on the rocks where the Pacific meets Oregon, watching the waves crash, stepping around the tidal pools and throwing tiny handfuls of ashes into the raging waters. The ocean boomed and thrashed like my father's voice, like his life. I was 9 when my mom left him. I turned 10 the summer we got Maxie. Later that same year, we also got a 100-gallon fish tank in our living room. I remember going to the pet store with my drunk dad to get some fish to put in this giant tank his friend gave us. Dad is sauced up and feeling happy. What do we get, huh? Some of these? He points to the giant angelfish. Some of those? What? What do you want? We end up getting over 30 fish for this monstrous tank, all different kinds food, castles, a bubbler. We want the whole 9 yards. These fucking fish are going to live like kings. And like kings, the fish are mysteriously assassinated one by one. As the school year goes by, nearly all the fish perished, and no one knew why. Temperature, salinity, possibly is it that their caretakers were a 10-year-old kid and an alcoholic? After a few months, the only survivors still swimming around this giant water display case are six little neon tetras about as big as a long grain of wild rice, blinking like tiny little lights in this humongous tank, sitting on a sea chest in the living room. One night I'm doing my homework in my room upstairs while Maxie lies at the foot of my bed. I can hear the TV is on in the kitchen downstairs and Dad is banging around pots and spoons making mac and cheese. Sweet young Maxie gets up off the bed and walks down the stairs and into the kitchen. She barks one bark at my dad. Good girl, Maxie, I hear him reply. She barks one bark at him again. Oh, yeah? Good girl, Maxie, he says. She squats to pee in the kitchen right in front of my dad. He hollers, no, what the fuck? No! His voice cuts right through the fog and fabric of the moment, and he stomps his foot on the last nose. It's so loud the house shakes. I hear Maxie's paws scrambling on the floor as she gains enough traction to propel herself at top speed across the house, head first, right into that huge fish tank. Crash! Splash! Whoosh! No! Fucking ah! I jump up and run to the top of the stairs in time to see the water lapping into the corner of the landing and recede. I run downstairs, and in the living room, the water is swirling around, looking for a low spot. And the dog is cross eyed, stumbling around in a wet circle. And Dad is standing there grimacing and pulling his hair. And I see a couple of little neon tetras blinking out amongst the broken glass on the floor. And the ocean waves crash up and spray me, and I laugh. And I remember splashing over to my dad and hugging him because I'm scared. And finally, he laughs and hugs me back. Then, as Maxie lies on the couch, panting and grinning, we pick up the glass and mop up the floor. You don't have to put a lid on a bucket of live crabs. They won't let each other escape. If one makes it to the lip, the others reach up and pull them back down every time. Small town living in Alaska was like that. The neighbors were watching close, making sure you operated within the established parameters, peeking out of the windows, hands on the cradle, fingers on the button. Once, when I was 14, I left a house party in Willow on a snow machine. Riding home, I lost control and slipped off the trail onto the highway below, only for a hot second. Then I get the machine corrected, back onto the berm. By the time I get home a minute later, Jim is waiting for me in the driveway. What did I tell you about riding on the highway? I didn't. I did, but just for a second. Yes, you did. Don't fucking lie to me. You're grounded for a week. Get your ass inside. What the damn? Mom was waiting to ambush me inside. You know, Samantha Collins has had 4 abortions. Mom, Samantha Collins was the only girl at the party I just left. And no, I didn't mess around with her. I tried to, but I didn't. Jesus, Mom, nothing happened. Well, I'm just saying. Small town living will make you crazier than 5 dudes in a hot tub macking on the same girl. Down that same road as Samantha in her hot tub, my friend Stubby lived with his mom. Stubby is so much more than your classic Willow Billy. He's a hot rodding by God and one of a kind Alaskan original. When Stubby was 14, his mom's car was rear ended hard. Stubby was in the back seat and the crash nearly severed his spine. He was one of the first people ever to have spinal reconstruction surgery in North America. They fused his neck together and he ended up with about 30% mobility. His hands barely had enough dexterity to open a pack of cigarettes and flick a child-proof Bic lighter. When he returned to school as a freshman, he was in a wheelchair. He hated that thing. Through sheer determination and physical therapy, he moved up to crutches by the next year. He would still ride the elevator at school if he had to, but if I was there to carry him down the stairs, I would. Hey, Big! He called me Big, short for Big O. Big, carry me up to class. Or, hey, Big, let's go out to my truck and burn one. No one ever hassled us when I was escorting Stubby. We would walk right past the office windows and wave at the secretaries and the vice principal on our way to the parking lot for a smoke. Somehow, when he turned 16, he got his driver's license, and his mom bought him a little Chevy S10 pickup for his birthday. I would ride with him to school, and it was scary as shit. He would drive everywhere 100 miles an hour all the time, pedal to the metal. If he took a left turn too fast, he would fall over with his head in your lap. Shit! Look up at me and laugh as I shoved him back up into a seated position. Stop doing that, dude. Fearless and indestructible was how he lived. He was like some kind of superhero that way. His pain tolerance was ridiculously high, too. He would do pratfalls around big breasted women, hoping to get sympathetic nuzzle. Oh my God, are you all right? He would be smiling into her cleavage as she struggled to pick his limp body off the floor. What's wrong with you? She would ask his friends as we stood by and watched her. I didn't want to tell her. He just wanted some boob sweat in his face. His body stopped developing after the accident, but his libido did not, nor did his head, which gave him the odd appearance of an adult's head on a child's body, or his penis, which grew exceptionally large. It looked way out of place dangling between his skinny legs. I saw it many times. He was not shy about it, quite the opposite. He would often take it out at parties and such, sometimes just let it hang out. No pretense, no reason, just giving it some air. It's got to breathe as the room emptied out and his legend grew. One time, a bunch of us broke into a cabin in Willow. There were lights and heat and a big table to sit around. We all dropped acid and we were drinking. And in the middle of the party, Stubby stood up and walked across the room with no assistance and no problem. It was astonishing. We all just started to holler about the miracle we had just witnessed. Stubby turned around and flashed us his big dick. After graduation, he got around with a big diamond willow walking stick. He did some world traveling, a little smuggling. Then he settled down in Oregon. He traded his Chevy S10 for a Plymouth Duster, cherry red, fast as hell. You could hear his engine in the night, screeching off the glass buildings as he drove 100 miles an hour through downtown Portland. Stubby got pulled over all the time. Usually, once the cop saw his handicaps tags and got an earful from Stubby about how his neck was fused and he couldn't turn his head, they would let him go with a warning. Then, a month before I arrived on my trip north, Stubby's luck ran out. He got a ticket for going 75 and a 35. When he called him, I told him to just pay it and move on. You better just pay it and move on, dude. No way, man. I'm contesting the hell out of this. So he did. He went to court to plead not guilty. The officer was there, and Stubby eyed him warily from the waiting area. When the judge said his name, Stubby stood up, took 2 lurching steps toward the bench, and then fell face first flat onto the tile floor. Splat! Stubby was still getting his hands underneath him as the judge brought the gavel down. Case dismissed. Stubby smiled to himself as the cop ripped up his paperwork in frustration. Later that night, I arrived. Stubby expressed that Portland had lost its charm. That's it for me. Stubby and I were posted up on 2 lawn chairs in his front yard, passing a bottle back and forth. Dude, are you still pissed? You beat the rap. What's the big ordeal? I can't believe that cop, man. I can't believe he gave me a ticket. Dude, you blew his doors off. Fuck that. This is bullshit. That would never have happened in Alaska. They got a lot of cops in Alaska too, dude. Not like that asshole. You should have seen his face when the judge dismissed the case. It was beautiful. Fucking 40 over the limit. I bet he was pissed. Good. Serves him right. Oh, okay. Listen, Big, I got to get out of here. Do you think you could help me move my stuff? I want to head back to Alaska. Well, I'm going that way, dog. Let's do this. We loaded his shit into our rigs, and the next day we headed north. Everywhere we went, Stubby would drive as fast as he could, and I would follow, going the speed limit. That is a habit potheads develop to not get pulled over. So I spent most of my time driving, looking for his cherry red car pulled off to the side of the road. I'd come around the corner, there he'd be, parked on some turnoff by the water. Photo op, big photo op. Carefully, I would lift him out of his car and pose his body on the roof of his hood, laid out like Burt Reynolds on a bearskin rug. Snap, snap, taking this picture with his camera from different angles. Give me drunk and tired and still gotta drive. Give me gas station bathroom wash up in the sink. Good. Jazz hands, tiger paws. Nice. We would finish up and I'd put him back in his driver's seat and off he would fly, 100 miles an hour, looking for the next good stop. Puttering along, I'd follow him, watch his taillights disappear over a hill, and start looking for where he pulled off next. We ripped up the coast through Washington State, stereo on high, ocean on the left. I got on the I-5 North and blasted through Seattle onto the Canadian border. I reached the border an hour before sunset. At the border crossing was a shack with a guard, and I stopped. The young guard slowly bent down to look into my car, did not say anything. He just looks at me blank faced through his aviator shades. I looked back at him and didn't say anything, and we both held in that position. On and on it went. I couldn't tell if he was messing with me or we were having a staring contest or what. After a minute and a half, I finally blinked and he immediately backed off and raised his hands wide and with a big toothy grin said, "Welcome to Canada." "Thank you," I responded and put the car into gear. The first stop I have to make in Canada is Vancouver, British Columbia. It's a very long 3-day drive through Canada to Alaska, and I'm going to need to score some weed for the road. I told Stubby to meet me in West Hastings, a neighborhood in Vancouver, British Columbia. Although drugs are not legal there, they are tolerated. Just in this one part of town, North America's own little Amsterdam. For a jaded asshole like me with no kids and no faith in mankind, it was an interesting experiment and a handy place to score pot. For someone who is more interested in the future, though, it would be a horrifying display. Picture the lights twinkling on the water as the setting sun flares off the glass towers downtown. Most of Vancouver is a clean and beautiful city. And then you turn the last corner and are greeted by an army of junk refugees on the march, combing the pavement between the tents and stalls on their hands and knees for errant rocks and forgotten crumbs, fighting each other like feral cats with scratches and kicks over gutter bunnies and street pearls, clucking like chickens in a line, waiting at stoplight intersections to clean your windshield with one hand out. Black people and white people and brown people and red people, all gone gray now. Males and females, all the same in almost every way. Equality achieved. Daddy always said, junkies and alcoholics are too boring, too one note. This scene was something more than that, though. This was 10,001 notes played in free part, no harmony, a cacophony of soul crushing chemical dependency and discarded dignity. As a glimpse into what real freedom looked like, just letting crackheads be crackheads and junkies be junkies, it was quite telling. I always said, freedom is way scarier and dirtier than you think. It's ugly and it doesn't care. People say they want freedom, but as soon as they see what freedom looks like to their neighbors, well, fences and boundaries are the spoonfuls of sugar that keep freedom palatable. And in this city, freedom had its own neighborhood where freedom stayed put and was kept separate from the more sensitive or sensible citizens. I parked behind Stubby's car in front of a busy coffee house called Blunt Brothers and walked over the park across the street. Some friendly chap resting under a tree kindly offered me a toke of who knows what out of a dirty little glass tube. I politely declined. I was looking for a skater kid with a big backpack, and I found several standing in a circle. Perfect. I scored 2 fat quarter ounces of kind local marijuana and walked back over to the cafe. Inside the dark and smoky room, I ordered an Americano and joined Stubby at a long wooden backgammon table where I started twisting up some bombers. "This looks like a great place to open a rehab," said Stubby. "Yeah, that's a job of the future around here for sure. We could do a different meeting every night, make a mint. I'm not sure there's that much money in it. Most of your customers are broke as shit. Think of the repeat customers, man. That's what I call job security." "Yeah, that's true. My dad went to a lot of meetings between relapses." Dad went through the AA program at least 7 times. I remembered a house full of literature: Al Anon for families, Alateen for the kids, acceptance and forgiveness and confession, serenity first, then strength, then the wisdom to know the difference. I remember Dad always had an issue with the surrendering to a higher power part. Since he was born again pagan, he surrendered to the highest power of an old oak tree down in Riverside Park. I took a moment to pray that the ashes I left there in that park got to those roots. During one of Dad's sober spells, I fly down from Alaska to Minnesota to visit him and sniff his cups when he goes to the bathroom. That was after his coma and before my graduation. I must have been about 17. We have a wonderful week with his old squarehead friends in rural Minnesota, playing cribbage and Scrabble out at a farm he is staying in, hiking around the property with Maxie, marveling at the windmill and the broke down barn, drinking cowboy coffee and smoking hash in the morning. That's real gold leaf printed on it from the Kingdom of Afghanistan. I get it from these two big fat brothers I know. They fly back every other month with all these hunks of hash in their belly. Usually one of the two or the balloons break open in their guts, so they always lay low for a week or so when they get back. But man, this is some real special shit. Truly, I reply. Dad continues, there's a book, an ancient book from Persia called A Thousand Poems of Smoking Hash in the Morning, written about this shit right here. It's coming up to my last few days there, and we take a 100-year-old sauna with the locals and then get ready to go to a small town bar to dance with some ladies. One friend of my dad has emphysema, can no longer smoke weed, so instead he makes something in a blender out of boiled marijuana flowers and ice called the green drink. We each shoot a small glass of green drink before we head out, and I have never felt so high before or since. After a couple hours, I cannot hardly move or speak. We get to the bar, and the dancing ladies are gorgeous, and the band is hot, but all I can do is sit and watch the room spin. A beautiful, blonde, corn fed Midwestern woman slides up next to me in the booth, takes my hand and sweetly asks me if I like this music. And all I can say is, no. Then I turn away to my soda pop. Later that night, Dad drives us back to the farm we're staying at, apologizing the whole time, leaning forward in the driver's seat, eyes wide, white knuckling the wheel, driving 30 miles an hour on the highway. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I go to bed high as hell. And when I awake, I'm still crazy high. It feels like someone has stuck my head with cotton balls. So light, so dry. I look up from the bed and peel my eyes open as my dad walks by the open bedroom door, muttering, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. We drink 2 pots of coffee that afternoon before we head back to his girlfriend Sandra's house in the city. We laugh and joke all the way there in the car, and I play for him my favorite band's new tape. And I want to hear this baritone sax solo I think is pure genius, and he hates it. We laugh, and I remember feeling the mood between us lighter than it had been for years, like we had really gotten somewhere together. The windows are down in his funky old Buick as we blast into the city smiling. When we get to Sandy's, she offers us hugs and kisses and lunch, and then as I am unpacking in the next rear room, I hear her offer him a beer. I freeze and listen to see if he will accept it, and of course he does. When I reemerge, he challenges me to a game of Scrabble. We sit at the kitchen table and play, and he catches my eye as he takes a sip of his Line Cools. What? Yes. I'm just surprised, is all I said. I thought you weren't drinking. It's just a fucking beer, kid. All right, I'm not on your case. I'm just surprised. Well, don't be. The mood turns dark. The rest of the visit turns sour. In 1998, I scooped the weed I didn't roll up into the baggie, pick up 5 joints I didn't roll, stuff into my pack and my camels, and one of them I light up. I lean back, take a long pull. Stubby doesn't smoke, the dumbass, so I sit back and I hit it solo. That's the good shit there, man. Some Gollum looking junkie takes a seat across from me. I just look at him warily. This energy vampire takes off his shades to reveal his eyes, 2 drooping, half lidded red rings burning low in his pale face. His pale neck and arms, too long and too skinny, all covered in sores, picked open by dirty fingernails. I hear Stubby say, ugh, under his breath, trying not to engage. I take another drag off my hoot rod. Oh yeah, man, that's the stuff, man. Weed is what I need, man. Coke's a joke, man. Coke's a joke. I kind of nodded a bit and exhaled through my nose. He flashed me a gap tooth grin in brown and yellow, and I lean back further and look away as I take another hit. He leans forward and whispers conspiratorially, "Yeah, man, weed's my drug of choice, man. Drug of choice. You gotta be careful out here, man. You get burned. Some kid will send you some ball up nackins or macadamia nuts or whatever, man. Them train hopper kids, man, they just rip you off. You gotta watch out for them, man. Yeah, and I found out they fill them spray bottles with pee, man. That's what they're cleaning your car with. At least go to the trouble of jacking some Windex, man. Filthy fucking animals." I was like, "Get off my corner, man. Hey, man, can I get a hit of that or what?" Stubby looks at me. "Are you gonna let this motherfucker have some?" Gollum looked at me. "Are you gonna let me have some, motherfucker?" I didn't speak. I looked Gollum undead in his eye, and I took another long drag off the joint. He stared right back at me and subconsciously mimicked taking a hit. As I inhaled, his eyes fluttered close, and he inhaled. His dirty pinchers held an invisible roach up to his chapped and burned lips, working like a fish, sucking the moisture out of the air. His eyes slowly opened and came back into half focus as his toke fantasy dissipated and reality set in. He looked at me with those junkyard dog eyes, and in pity, I handed him the second half of the joint to him to keep. And then Stubby and I got the hell out of there. I opened the Lumina up a bit, running north out of Vancouver in the dark, trying to put some distance between me and that horror show. There, but for the grace of God, go I. Ugh, Stubby's taillights disappeared in the distance ahead as I smoked on behind. I was cruising and navigating by the dashboard light and fiddling with the radio. I went for about an hour before I realized I took a wrong turn somewhere and was headed into Whistler. Scheisse! I quickly took the first left I came across onto a little dirt side road, crawled forward for a while, looking for a wide spot to turn around. Why didn't I just whip a shitty on the highway? I asked myself. About a quarter mile in, I gave up finding a good spot and just attempted a 7 point turn right in the middle of the dirt track. The shoulder was too soft, and on the second point of the turn, my back tire sank in the mud up to the frame. I was stuck sideways in this little dirt lane way off the highway. Pathetic. I spun the tires and cursed at the steering wheel for a couple minutes before I decided to go stand on the side of the road to flag down a car. None came. Bear in mind, please, this is 1998. Nokias were the cutting edge of cellular phones, and like me, many people didn't have one. I stood there for an hour before I finally saw headlights in the distance coming over the hill. A car blew by without slowing as I yelled and waved. Another 20 minutes went by with no traffic. Then a big rig roared past me as I was frantically waving my arms and jumping and hollering on the shoulder. Pretty soon it started to rain. 30 minutes later, a car hissed by a wave at top speed, and I shrugged my arms in the air and screamed, "What the fuck?" I was honestly surprised. I had thought Canadians were nicer than that. I decided to take a break while I was standing there in the rain. I burned another bomber, then a ciggy butt chaser to cover the smell. 20 minutes went by and a small pickup truck appeared over the hill. I smiled with one hand on my hip and waved politely, and he pulled over. As he rolled up, I saw the cab of his pickup was crammed to the gills with papers and boxes, and the bed was full of garbage and tools. "Good evening, sir." "Good evening." "My car is stuck in the ditch down there, and I'm wondering if you have a tow rope." "No, I don't." "Maybe a chain?" "No, sure don't." "Do you have a board I could stick under the tire or something to help me get the tires out of the mud?" He quickly scanned all the shit in his truck. "No, I don't think so." "Do you have a cell phone? Maybe I could call someone." "No, don't got one." Like, "Can I get a ride into town? Maybe there's a garage or a tow guy." We both looked around his jam cab. "I don't really have any room for you, sir." "Hey, man," I paused for a second to consider my next question. "Why the fuck did you stop?" "Listen, man, I've been driving all night." I cut him off right there. "Man, I don't want to hear about your problems. I've been standing here in the fucking rain all night trying to flag down the car. The only one to stop is you." We both sat in silence for a minute. I stared at him, and he stared at the road. "All right, well, good luck." He pulled away. "Well, thanks for nothing, dude." After that, I tried to sleep laid out across the back seat. And as I tossed and turned in the wet cold, waiting for dawn, I dreamt of spirits watching over me through the night windows. Spirits beyond wonder and beyond fascination. And yet they watched silently as the living struggled through pointless days and meaningless lives. And the spirits could not weep, but if they could, they would weep for the living who were so blind to the preciousness of their own consciousness and the connectivity of our shared existence. And as I lay there, the cab began to fill with water, rapidly rising water, bringing with it all the papers and trash off the floorboards. I feel it washing up around my body, and I look down to see my boots quickly covered as the seat backs begin to disappear in the flood that rises up over my face and fills the cab to the roof. I float up in that frigid water, and suddenly I'm flushed out the side window, feet first down a short waterfall, splashing into the middle of a river in the woods. And the river water is warm, and the cool rain falls on my body as I float downstream on my back. And the rain mixes with my tears and pools on my face, and the pools feed the river, and the river is swollen, and I'm flying like a leaf in autumn as I float down the strong current. The sun pokes through the branches, and it dapples the world with tiger stripes and flashes through my eyelids like a strobe, and the birds begin to sing, tweet, tweet, twitter, tweet. As I coast downstream, the lights get steadily brighter and brighter against my eyelids, and the river grinds on, and the bird calls get louder and louder until the birds are all there is. Tweet, 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 tweet. I awaken by the sound of a tow truck's backup alarm, and as I sat up, I'm blinded by a spotlight. Girlfriend's little vacant. Ducks ain't in a row. There's a light on in the attic, but there ain't nobody home. Angle 3 degrees off the bevel. She's a half a bubble off dead level. She's operating on 15 amps. She's one of the wit sisters, dim chuckle and half. She only got 2 gears, low and reverse. She half a rhythm section, got no time to rehearse. My girl's a little vacant, she knows no remorse. She missing a few bricks in her upper course. She's operating on 15 amps. She's one of the wit sisters, dim chuckling half. Porch light is flickering. That girl's a little slow. She's out of tune, she's out of time, she's out of luck, she's running about 2 quarts slow. She got one oar in the water, one chopstick in her bowl. My girlfriend's a little vacant. There's a light in the attic, ain't nobody home. My girlfriend's little vacant. Her ducks ain't in a row. There's a light in the attic, and there ain't nobody home. Angle 3 degrees off the bib. She's a half a bubble off in level. She's operating on 15, and she one of the weird sisters, dim chuckle in half. I got pulled out of the ditch for free. Turns out I was in this guy's way. I tried to slip him $10 for gas and coffee, but he just shooed me off and went down the road. I got my car pointed in the right direction and took off. I burned my breakfast and drove through the dark for a few hours before I was treated to sunrise in the morning. The breathtaking supernatural north struck me and I felt no pain. My head rocked back as though through my eyes the sunbeams hit like harpoons. On a long ago Friday night in rural Minnesota, Dad was at his cabin finishing dinner when one of his upper right molars started to hurt badly. He knew the dentist wouldn't be open till Monday and he didn't want to suffer all weekend. So he ran over to the nearest bar, just over the St. Croix River in Wisconsin. And right there, we're going to take a little intermission. I'll be right back. On a long ago Friday night in rural Minnesota, Dad was at his cabin finishing dinner when one of his upper right molars started to hurt badly. He knew the dentist wouldn't be open till Monday, and he didn't want to suffer all weekend, so he ran over to the nearest bar, just over the St. Croix River in Wisconsin. He ordered a brandy and sat in the corner, nursing the drink and working on his tooth with his Leatherman tool. The Leatherman tool has needle nose pliers that work great for a lot of things, but grabbing teeth ain't one. And for an hour, he mostly just drank and pinched around in his mouth and winced, trying to get a good enough grip to pull that damn tooth out. Stewart showed up at the bar and joined Dad at the table. Dad sets his Leatherman tool down and asks for Stewart's Gerber. The Gerber has wider teeth than the Leatherman. Stewart handed the pliers over, and Dad started working on his tooth with it. They both sat at the table drinking brandy and beer, Dad trying to get a tight grip on his tooth and barking every time it slipped off. Stewart offered to help, but he couldn't quite get purchase either. Sitting face to face, Stu held the back of my dad's head with his left hand, right hand on the pliers in Dad's mouth, bending down to peer inside at the tooth, telling Dad where to move the Bic lighter so he can get some light in there. Stewart's hands were shaking a little, and the tears, blood, and brandy were making everything slippery. He missed a few times, and each time the Gerber slips off the tooth, Dad would holler in pain. A few people started to gather around to watch the spectacle. Finally, the bartender, Gary, went and got a huge pair of channel locks. The whole bar gathered around as Gary put my dad's head down on the pool table sideways. He held it down with his left hand and went into his mouth with the monster pliers. Are you ready, Billy boy? Dad blinked affirmative as Gary bellowed, all right, class, welcome to Dentistry 101, Extraction. The whole crowd of 10 spectators cried, yay, as Gary, the bartender, said, okay, first you need a tight grip. Crack! He locked the giant pliers onto the tooth. The crowd gasped as Dad let out a scream. And then Gary said, they need a half twist. Crank the handle sideways as the crowd oohed and ahed, and Dad screamed again. And finally, just a straight rip. He tore the tooth right out of my dad's head. And instantly, my dad let out a moan of relief, and everyone cheered again. The bartender dropped the tooth into a shot glass and put it on the shelf behind the bar. I went to go see it years later. It was abnormally large, and it looked like a little baby snake skull. It's still there to this day, as far as I know. I finally caught up with Stubby. His car was parked in front of a cafe, and I pulled in. There you are, Big. I was wondering if maybe you had to head back to your friend. If maybe you had to head back to your friend at the coffee shop. No, I got off track last night and had to get pulled back on. You having some breakfast? I just finished. Let's go. Well, let me get some fucking coffee. I'm done, Big. Let's go. May I have a coffee to go, please, and an apple fritter? I asked the waitress as she walks by. Come on, Big. Let's go. Off we went again. Later that day, driving somewhere behind Stubby, I passed a road construction flag man with a slow sign. Then there was another sign telling me I had entered a construction zone. No stopping. There was blasting for the next 5 miles. A moment later, I come around the corner and there's Stubby pulled over by the shoulder of a lake. Photo op, Big. No one else was around as I got him in position and started shooting. Neither one of us noticed, but no one was driving by because the road had been closed and the blasting had started. We finished up our photo shoot and loaded back up in our rigs. Stubby started to take off when out of nowhere, the flagger guy runs out and waves down Stubby's car. I couldn't hear what he was telling Stubby through the driver's window, but I could see that he was getting agitated, waving his arms up and down the road, trying to explain something. Suddenly, Stubby's brake lights blink off and his tires start to spin and squeal. The brave road worker hooks his arm in Stubby's open window and Stubby takes off, dragging the guy with him. Oh shit, I said. I slammed the car into gear and I followed. The workers kicking the side of Stubby's car as he's getting drugged down the road. Stubby went about 100 yards before he slammed on the brakes. I pull up behind him in time to hear Stubby yelling, I can't turn my fucking neck. I can't turn my fucking head. I'm looking for a place to fucking turn around. The guys start screaming, you can't go that way, sir. The road is closed for blasting. Fuck place to turn around, asshole. I jump out to defuse the situation. Hey, no big deal. Right there, let's pull out. We'll just wait here for the road to open. That's okay. It's fine. Thank you, sir. The road worker walks away dazed. Come on, Stubby, let's go. Stubby's still pissed. Fuck that guy, man. I don't know why you're so pissed. He's the one that almost died. Fuck him. I got us two lawn chairs from Stubby Stuff. I pulled out my guitar and we sat by the water and I played a couple tunes. Things calmed down. And the worker approaches again. He says, listen, I want to apologize to your little friend. Little friend, fuck you, you fucking fucks. He fires back. Get the fuck away from me. Hey, listen, I just want to apologize. Fuck off. Fuck off, asshole. The worker turned to me, hoping for sympathy. Tell him I'm sorry. What the fuck is wrong with you? Get away from us, dipshit. I shrugged at the guy as he walked away, defeated. Feel better? I asked Stubby. I do. Thank you. Okay, guys, the road is open. The guy yelled from far away. Thank you. I yelled back. Asshole, Stubby said quietly to himself. This is a letter that my dad wrote to the paper for Father's Day, right after his father had passed. Agreement at last. For 40 years, there was bad blood between my father and me. We were both stubborn, opinionated, and agreed on nothing. When it came his turn to die, how ironic that I should be the one able to move into the family home and be with him during his final days. Dad was a strong willed man, and it took the cancer a long time to kill him. He seemed to lose his will to live after mother died, and he faded daily. The pounds fell from his frame, but his mind was clear. We spent hours discussing current events, politics, and economics, always taking opposite sides. After we had a last talk with his doctor, he began to understand his end was near. We were concerned only with easing his considerable pain. Occasionally, through the morphine fog, he would have a moment of lucidity. There was no time left for Bull. The old man was dying. We talked through pains of many years' duration, injuries inflicted on each other and the rest of the family. Dad rarely used a curse word, never around Ma. But then, in one increasingly uncommon moment of clarity, he said, Will, this is a bitch, isn't it? I said, Yes, Dad, this really is a bitch. Dad said, Well, we're even. Those were Dad's last words. We both laughed. Then he died. My father and his father had a very complicated relationship. Dad was the black sheep of the family, always a wild child, always getting in trouble with my grandpa and the mom. My mom billed him herself as the last living hippie, but Dad always identified as the original beatnik. When Dad was 14, he stole his old man's car. Dad drove that station wagon from Minnetonka to North Dakota and got a job on some farm. He worked there all summer until finally, when the season ended, the farmer's wife talked my dad into calling Mom, just to put her mind at ease. Shortly after that, Dad went back home. When Dad was 16, he got his girlfriend pregnant. She went on a trip for the summer to avoid a scandal. Although my grandparents were Lutherans, the baby was given to Catholic services for adoption. Soon after Dad turned 18, he busted messing around with a couple 16-year-old girls. He was given a choice by his dad and a judge between jail and a tour in Vietnam. Dad chose the army, and as luck would have it, he landed a cush gig as an office clerk in Germany. All the photos I have of him in the army, he's either standing in front of some beautiful European architecture or sitting in a bar wearing an ascot, playing a guitar with a big glass of beer in front of him. The only thing out of place was his buzz cut. Dad said the Vietnam War was the best thing that ever happened to him at the time. Great food, great beer, beautiful German women. He joked that his commanding officer wouldn't recognize his own signature because Dad forged it so much. Dad would hook up all the cooks with weekend passes and then eat steak for a month. He joked about being the only guy from Minnesota who gained weight in the army. Still, Dad was not was not enamored with military service. I remember when I was young and curious about the war, he told me, I was in the fucking army, so you don't have to be. I grew up thinking, cool, I guess that's how it works. My dad was in the fucking army, so I don't have to be. This is an excerpt from my dad's journal that he was working on before he passed. The Astronauts. The odyssey of the astronaut began with my death on 15 September 1991 due to blood loss, shock, and finally the shutting down of kidneys and liver. He was a late term chronic alcoholic and had had 6 previous episodes of esophageal varices, which is a rupture of the esophagus and subsequent blood loss. The blood is lost very quickly, filling the stomach, then vomited forcefully. There are no pressure points to stop the bleeding. Until recent medical advances, the varices almost always cause death. But now, if the symptoms are recognized and the patient has gotten to medical help quickly enough, he can often be saved. Only large hospitals are staffed and equipped for this kind of emergency. Proximity to major medical is required. Usually, the victim is in such an alcoholic stupor he has no idea what is happening. A friend's uncle had died in this way. She had been there. She recognized the event, and that's the only reason I survived the first episode. By the third episode, I knew what it was. This time around, I lost so much blood I went into shock. and the ER monitors flatlined for 2 minutes. As I laid on the ER bed, I rose above my body and was looking down at the doctor and nurses. They appeared to me as they had from below, uniformed, concerned, harried. I could hear their words clearly. The first emotion I remember looking down was guilt that I had vomited blood on the nurse's crisp uniform. I saw her look at the blood and her uniform and tried to tell her I was sorry. She seemed to hear me. She said, "That's okay," to the body as if it had spoken. The doctor was ordering the nurses and an orderly to keep the blood coming. They had inserted IVs of whole blood in my arms, hands, and groin. I remember the pain of the needles being inserted in my hands, but I felt no pain. I felt calm and concerned for those people more than for my body. The doctor said, "I think we got him." And I was back on the table, suddenly groggy and sick. And my first thought was that now I was back and would have to go through scoping, which I dreaded. I noticed nothing more about the doctor and nurses because I was now so ill. I was totally inside my body. A couple of days later, in a regular room, the doctor who had scoped me came in to talk to me about my drinking, that I couldn't survive another episode, and that they had lost me for a couple minutes there, and how fortunate I was to get back. It was my first experience with death, my second with being out of my body at near death. 15 hours of driving later, Stubby and I reached Laird Hot Springs, the unofficial halfway mark of the Alcan Highway. Laird is a must stop on the drive to Alaska, not just for stunning natural beauty, but for the health benefits of soaking in that steaming, sulfur scented water cannot be overstated. It is an ass saver. After imprinting your butt in a stuffy car seat for a couple days, nothing feels better than submerging your tired muscles in that stinky hot water. When we arrived that evening, the parking lot was half full. Families on vacation, lovers on a date. I parked and walked down the trail into the woods to the pools. There we changed the swim trunks in the changing shack and got in the water. Kids played and adults relaxed in groups, and I let the heat soak into my bones. At the far end of the pool, two guys were getting loud and rowdy, laughing and telling dirty jokes in thick Canadian accents. "A boy comes home from school, eh?" And he asks his father, he says, "Da, what's the difference between potentially and reality?" His da says, "Go upstairs and ask your mom if she would cheat on me for $1 million." So the boy comes back, eh, and says, "Da, she said she would." His da says, "Boy, potentially, you and I are sitting on a gold mine. In reality, eh, your mother's a whore." They both crack up. "A young couple, eh, are struggling to make ends meet. They decide to turn her out for money. What do I do?" she asks. "Stand here on this corner," he says, eh? "And when a man approaches you for sex, you charge him $100, eh? I'll be right down the block if you need anything." A young man comes up to her, eh, and asks, "What's on the menu?" She says, "Sex for $100. He says, "I only have 40, eh? Can I get a blowjob?" She says, "Let me ask my husband, eh?" She goes and asks, and she husband says, "Sure, that's fine." And she comes back and she says, "Sure, that's fine." And the young man reaches in his pants, eh? And he pulls out 18 inches of hard throbbing cock with a head like a pool ball, eh? And she says, "Wait just a minute." And she runs back over to her husband and asks, "Honey, do you think we could loan this guy 60 bucks?" Ha 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 ha. They laugh. And I chuckled as I slid over and I offered up my favorite joke. Three generations of prostitutes are sitting around shooting the breeze. The daughter says, "The most I ever made for a blowjob was $300." The mom says, "God damn, the most I ever made for a blowjob was 75 bucks." Grandma says, "Jesus Christ, we used to suck dick just to have something warm in our stomach." Ooh, damn. We strike up a conversation, and I find out that they, Chuck and Pat, are working on the road. The road work continues year round, even though the highway is technically finished. It's so long, there's always a section in repair. "Well, on behalf of all the people that have to drive this road, I thank you." "Well, you're welcome, my American friend. Would you like a little bit of Sambuca?" Chuck pointed out to a bottle floating neck deep in the hot pool. "That I would," I replied. Pat pushed the bottle over to me. It bobbed in the pool, and I grabbed it up and took a long pull of that hot, clear nectar off the neck. I looked around the pool and saw people watching us warily from the edges, little old ladies glancing at us with a side eye, children staring with their eyes full of wonder. I took another slug and handed the bottle to Stubby. Chuck hops up to sit on the edge of the pool. The jean shorts he's wearing are old and ripped to shreds, and there's a huge hole in his crotch, and his ball sack is hanging out almost down to the water. He flashes me a dirty grin and takes a big swill off the bottle. He's perched right underneath the sign that says, "No cutoffs, no nudity, no alcohol." Picture perfect. "Did you hear about the bear attacks here last year?" Pat says, real loud so everyone could hear. "No," I replied. "Big black bear, eh? Came out of the woods there. Snatched a kid out of the pool. Real aggressive like. Poor old bear must have been in pain, eh?" Pat looks around the pool at the kids and the old ladies. "Takes the kids out to the woods to bury for later, eh? And the kid's mom comes after screaming and crying, and that bear turns around and swipe, takes her head clean off, eh?" I could see grandmothers taking little boys by the arm, shooing up by the pool stairs as Pat continues the story. "Meanwhile, some random guy is circling through the woods trying to save the kid too, eh? And the bear grabs him and mauls him to death right there, eh? Finally, some American guy goes to his car, gets a gun, and comes back and shoots the bear. Then the American guy got arrested for discharging a firearm in the parking." "Well, that's not what happened," Chuck said. "The American guy got an award or a medal or something. It was in the papers. Well, they wanted to arrest him, eh? Who wanted to? Fuck you and your new friend, eh? I'm going to sleep." The bottle was empty. Pat crawled out of the pool. Chuck stood up and dropped his shorts right there. As I got out, I went into the changing room and put my street clothes back on. When I came back out, Chuck was dressed and Pat was struggling with changing his clothes while still wet and walking down the path to the parking lot at the same time, tripping over his pants with his bare ass hanging out. As we passed him on the trail, he yells, echoing us in the woods, "Fucking go! Go with your new friends, eh?" Chuck turns around and sees and says to me, "I got a case of Molson in the rig. You want a beer?" I said, "Let me go grab my guitar." "Well, all right." We met back at the truck. We set up some chairs by a picnic table. A case of beer comes out, and I start playing campfire songs on the guitar. A couple years earlier, I had picked up a weekly music slot at a little rural bar in Wisconsin. My dad had that gig for years until he got too sick to play. So, in his honor, I took it on. Every Sunday afternoon, I go down there and play for 4 hours, country and folk and blues. And if the farmers at the bar ignored you, you knew you were doing well. It was when they turned around to look that you knew they weren't happy. I got paid in cheeseburgers and Budweiser. But for the first time in my young music performing career, I couldn't rely on energy and personality and volume to cover my lack of technique. I had to play real straight, and it was the best practice I ever had. The songs I learned then were the ones I played for Stubby and Pat and Chuck. Hank Williams, John Prine, Robert Johnson, Lead Belly, Willie Nelson. I threw in a couple originals and a few of my dad's tunes too. We sang and drank, and it got dark, and the beer ran out, and it was time to go. Stubby passed out in his car right there in the parking lot. The hot water put the whammy on him. I could not wake him up, and I figured I should probably get a head start and let him catch up tomorrow. There's only the one road after all. Chuck and Pat jumped in their truck, and I jumped in my car, and they went south, and I went north. I was feeling pretty buzzy, and about a mile up the road, I started to wonder if driving was a good idea when a deer jumped out of the woods right in front of my car. I slammed on the brakes and screeched to a halt as the animal bounded off into the darkness. Scheiße! I gave it a little gas, headed on through the night, and nice and slow as the road climbed to the mountains. It was so dark, I couldn't see the next deer until the last second. I slammed on the brakes. Oh, fuck! Fucking assholes! I creeped on. Deer were all over them. I could see them huddling together in shadows on the side of the road, shining eyes, judging distance and velocity, gathered in groups of ditch danger strobe lights. All right, I decided. If I count more than 10 deer, I'll pull over for the night. It took about 30 seconds to count that high. They were everywhere. I found a nice pull out to park in. I jumped my drunk ass in the back seat and I passed out. The next morning, I woke up freezing as the sun was coming up. I was parked at the top of some mountain pass. The sky was turning pink and gray through my frozen windows. The car started up easy as I looked around the cab for some water. Shivering, I stepped out to pee. I went to the bushes, and the rising sun flashed across the frosted world. I made steam and stretched in the new daylight. Before I drove on, I spread some ashes into the surrounding woods. Both Dad and his dog can watch the sunrise from this mountaintop. Maybe Maxie would like to chase some fucking deer. This is another excerpt from my dad's journal. Ninth birthday. It was still in the warm 40s when the first snow came in November 1953, days before my ninth birthday. I remember running out into the snow shirtless in my bare feet. I chased around the yard until Ma hollered at me, "You'll catch your death." The day before my birthday, I started running a fever and was put to bed. Vicks smeared on my chest under a pile of four of my ma's homemade quilts. Mother called the kids I invited and told them I was ill and I might be contagious. My family came to visit, and I could hear the quiet greetings and the questions about my health. The fever rose, and suddenly I was in the living room with my aunts and uncles, trying to reassure them that I was okay, but of course they didn't respond. When I went to my mother, she suddenly jumped up and ran to my bedroom. She called to my father to start the car while she swaddled me in a quilt and picked me up. Instantly, I was in my body, and all the clarity passed. I recalled some vivid visions, considered feverish hallucinations, but which I later discovered are actually quite real glimpses of other realities, just as dreams. Then I awoke in an oxygen tent, my mother sitting in the room. It was 3 days later. Of course, I didn't realize at the time that anyone else, actually everyone from time to time, had such strange experiences. Certainly no one discussed them, and neither did I until much later when I had similar experiences with psychedelics. I was aware of these journeys, especially the one that occurred on my birthday, but never fully understood what they were until I, during the late 60s and early 70s, began reading the mostly erroneous occult literature on astral projection. Like it is for most Americans, junior high were the worst 2 year consecutive years of my life. My parents had just gotten divorced. My hormones were on overdrive. My emotional state was a tornado watch. My self portrait was a hurricane for a head. I had been getting into fistfights at lunch, screaming matches with teachers in choir class, and eraser armburn competitions in the halls. Sanford Junior High was a madhouse. Somehow my name had gotten on a list of kids in trouble. Every Monday I would get pulled out of class and go to the basement where I'd meet with four other kids and a counselor. The meetings were always kind of funny to me. The counselor was not. One girl, whose mother had shot her father to death right in front of her, struggled with violent reactions to stressful situations. She would lash out with her voice just a flash before she'd lash out with her fists. She beat up a boy in our school real bad, but he wouldn't say who did it. So no one could prove it. So she joined the Monday basement band. One boy tried lighting his house on fire twice since his dad left. I remembered his shaved head and no eyebrows. Another boy was a kleptomaniac. He was always sitting on his hands. The fourth member of our troop was the first girl in school with giant boobs. You all know the girl who develops way before any of her peers, and she was, of course, now the most promiscuous 12-year-old girl at Seward Junior High. I blame hormones. I blame hormones in public school lunches, but that's another story. Holding down the fifth beetle position is me, sitting back and listening to their wild stories. These kids and their severe home lives made mine seem so boring and easy. I'd take 100 drunk daddies over that shit. What about you, Orion? The counselor said. Would you like to share with the circle? Not really. This is a great opportunity to share, Orion. Everyone here already has, and it would be nice to hear from you. Really, I'm okay. What I want to say is I'm in the wrong room and I do not belong here. These other kids got problems, real problems. My dad is just a drunk who drinks, and my mom is over it. Big fucking whoop. If some couple from California comes for a visit, my dad gives them my bedroom to sleep in, and I sleep on the living room couch. No big deal. If the living room is full of drunks doing cocaine all night long, I'll put a pillow over my head. No big deal. If it's like that every night for a week, I'll still be better off than these other kids because somehow I've got something they don't have. Was it love? Was it lust for life? My humorous Norwegian good naturedness? I'm not sure, but I'm sure we all felt how out of place I was. Really, I'm good. Let's move on, please. All right, Orion, let's move on. Everyone, the next topic is the most serious one of all. I think I want to talk about suicide. He pauses for a moment to let the weight of the words sink in. Now, suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem. My hand shoots up in the air. Did you say suicide is a permanent solution to a temporary problem? Yes, I did. So, like, all my temporary problems are solved permanently? Like, doesn't that sound pretty good? Like, kind of appealing? One girl starts to chuckle. No, Orion. I mean, aren't you supposed to try to talk us out of it? Two other kids snort. Yes, what? No. Listen, Orion, it's a permanent solution. All right, I'll take it. All the kids laugh. I shrug my shoulders as the counselor scowls. I'm just sharing how I feel, all right? The counselor gets deadly serious. Class, I want you to notice here how Orion uses humor to cover up the fact that he's scared. The room goes quiet. He uses jokes to deflect and distract from the pain that he feels, and he doesn't want anyone to know, so he hides behind obnoxiousness. I'm completely taken aback. Tears well up in my eyes. I stare at the man. As my mouth hangs open, I'm speechless. The buzzing of the sodium light grows louder in my ear. The room suddenly feels overly hot. Look at him right now. Look how, when faced with something that makes him uncomfortable, he's unable to handle it emotionally. He has to make jokes in order to keep from facing the truth about his own situation, his own fears, and his own frustrations. I bet he's thinking of something funny to say right now. Do you want to say something funny, Orion? I sat there flabbergasted. Getting called out in front of everybody is too much. Too much for my young mind, too much for my inner ocean that's already in roiling turmoil. Waves crash against the rocks and splash on the wires of my brain, and they short out, and there's nothing but sparks in my head. And I silently stand up and start heading toward the door, just as the school bell goes off and the counselor sings out behind me, "Something to think about till next week." My guts churn as I get out in the hallway and I run up the stairs out of the basement to the first floor, pushing through the throngs of kids in the hall. I feel my stomach empty into my chest and my mouth begins to water, and I rush to the nearest drinking fountain. Standing next to it is my vice principal, looking concerned as I run towards him. "Are you all?" is all he gets out before I projectile vomit into the shallow basin, and my breakfast and bile shoot up the wall and all into the air, and they splash all over his suit. 100 junior high kids go, "Hey!" as Mr. Quarter is doused in puke, and I burst into sobs, gripping the sides of the sink and retching dry heaves. They call my house, but my dad's passed out. His girlfriend is sober enough, so she picks me up and takes me home. That guy was an asshole, I said to myself. Said no one but myself 10 years later in the lonely cab of Grandpa's Lumina, driving through the snowy mountains of the Yukon Territory, buzzing off of nicotine, caffeine, and Mary Jane, making good time across Canada with few stops, no cops, and a fast car. Stubby passed me on the left with a big grin and a middle finger. Reunited, we reached Kluane Lake before nightfall. Kluane Lake is a massive body of water in the mountains and one of the most beautiful sights on the road to Alaska. The road hugs the curves of the shore for miles, and as I followed the turns of the lake, I saw several side roads to pull over on. Stubby and I took one, and it led through 50 yards of willow brush before opening onto a gravel bar that has the burnt remains of the last party still intact. They even left a little wood. I set up our chairs on the shore and grabbed my guitar, and the sunset flashed across the mountaintops. The sky burned and the lake burned back, and for a while the whole world was ablaze before us in the cold crucible of the mountain's bowl. After that show was over, I went to open the trunk of the car. I was about halfway through with the spreading of the ashes. There was room in Dad's boxes for both their bags now. I slipped them in together and tore up Maxie's box to start a fire with. Once that was going, I rolled up a couple smokes and chained them up, and my smoke mixed with the campfire smoke, and together the rising clouds carried the history of the trees and my body up to the heavens. And as my eyes followed, I looked up, and a million stars burst through the night sky. With a light so strong in your eyes, you would think you could reach up and pinch them, and they would burn your fingers. Stars like I've never seen, punching through the canopy from another world, floating right above my camp, bouncing off the lake's face, gleaming in the patches of snow, burning brighter than the fire. And as we sat by that fire and we sat aside that mountaintop lake, we all sat under that starlight and we breathed. I got too many bad habits. You know, they're killing me by the threes. I got so many bad habits. You know, be killing me by the threes. I'll start out walking, wind up crawling on my knees. I got so many bad habits. You know, I've been making a big old fool out of me. I got so many bad habits. Now, you know, I've been making a big old fool out of me. I'm only 21 years old. Look like I'm 43. I like to drink a lot of coffee, champagne, beer, and wine. Got a habit of cussing and I don't want to lie. I like to play the ponies. I'll put a book on numbers two. I like to eat too much of that spiked out barbecue. And I got so many bad habits. You know, it be killing me by the degrees. I always start out walking, wind up crawling on my knees. I like to smoke Colombian reefer, sniff that Peruvian cocaine, Jack Daniel whiskey, all malls in a chain. Pretty woman habit, them fine legs upset my soul. All the habit I ain't got is that one self control. I got so many bad habits. You know, be killing me by the years. I always thought I walked in, wind up falling on my feet. And I got so many bad habits. Oh, you know, I've been getting it by the crib. Oh, baby, I got so many bad habits. You know, I've been making a big old fool out of me. I'm only 21 years old. I feel like I'm 53. It's a 10-hour drive from Kluane Lake in the Yukon Territory to the border of Alaska. We got there in 8. We were up at 6 and out by 7. The further north you go, the slower the sky turns. As I raced that long sunrise, I smoked as much of my remaining weed as I could stomach and brain so as not to have to smuggle anything over the border. I didn't have the time or lung capacity to burn it all, so I had to pull over at the last stop of Canada before the red, white, and blue line. I stashed my final 2 joints on top of a towel dispenser in the bathroom of the Beaver Creek Mercantile. I also bought a clean t-shirt that had a picture of a semi-cab and trailer coming over a hill and said in big swooping letters, Truckin' Yukon. 10 minutes later, I wore that shirt to the gates of Alaska, the biggest and the best of all the United States of America. The solitary guard in the lone booth on the single lane of the only road held up my ID close to his face. It still had my address listed as Eugene, Oregon. He kept the card up in front of his eyes as he said, So you decided to get out of Oregon, huh? Yes, I sure did, said definitively. He lowered my card just enough to peer over and leaned in like a close co conspirator and softly said, Get tired of all those one way streets, huh? Yeah, okay, I answered, wondering what the heck streets he was talking about. He leaned back in his chair and set my ID in down on the desk. Then he gave me his chin and coolly asked, What part of Alaska are you headed to? Oh, I'm going to Anchorage. He barked, Ow! I thought you said you were sick of one way streets. He leaned in too close, lips too tight, eyes too wide. My head involuntarily shook side to side as I searched the clouds in my mind for what I was missing. My thoughts started to flitter like birds in a windstorm, and I couldn't think of what to say. I considered laughing out loud for a second, but no, I just leaned back in my seat and faced forward, wondering if this was some sort of trick. My cotton mouth snapped shut, as for once in my life, I decided to say nothing so as not to incriminate myself. After what felt like a full minute of him staring at me and me staring out the windshield, he broke the silence with an exasperated sigh. Looking disappointed, he handed me back my ID and said in a bored drone, Welcome to Alaska, the last frontier. Thank you, sir, I replied, and took off down the road. Northern Canada looks a lot like South Central Alaska, with one major exception. Canada has virtually no litter. I swear, the only thing they leave on the side of the road is stranded drivers. But just 10 feet over the border into Alaska, there are fast food bags in the ditch and bullet holes in the highway signs. It warmed my patriot heart in an unfamiliar way. For maybe the first time ever, I was glad to be back in America. I caught up with Stubby in a town called Toke, a real friendly wide spot in the road. If you're looking for some dusty wind to blow in your face as you pump your gas with one hand and eat a slice of pizza with the other, you've come to the right place. We took a left out of Toke, cut off for the last 6 hour sunset stretch into Anchortown. The long road is just 2 lanes of flight through hills and valleys of scrub spruce and cottonwood and birch. The road curls around the northwest quadrant of the Wrangell St. Elias National Preserve, with the foothills of the Wrangell Mountains on your left and the Talkeetna Mountains on your right. The unincorporated communities out there are like the Wild West. No fees, no services. So no cops, no laws, no hassle, no problem. There are the occasional state troopers, but I figure no weed equals go speed, Slana. Sistochina, Gakona, Golkana. They all started as Athabascan fishing camps along the mighty Copper River. Then, during the Second World War, the Army turned the connecting trails into a road and the camps into stations. After the war, roadhouses and hotels were built around the stations, and towns sprung up around them. Finally, I reached Glen Allen, the mother hen of the orphan towns. Right turn on the Glen Highway, and I was on my way to the big city. I spent the winter of 1985 with my dad in Minneapolis. He was a single drinking parent, and I was a latchkey kid, so we both loved me doing whatever after school programs I could. Capitalizing on the success of some movie about a kid, a karate program started at my school. I was a big chubby spaz of a 10-year-old, and my daddy thought it would be a good idea for me to learn some discipline, so I signed up. I was jazzed to meet Mr. Miyagi, but my dad was more focused on all the things that he had to shell out for: tuition, a nut cup, a tooth guard, a gi uniform. It all started to seem like a big investment, and I was really feeling the pressure to get his money's worth. The first class is on a Monday after school. Several other kids and I go to the locker room after last bell and change into our gis. I was ashamed of my boy boobs and my jelly belly, so I put mine on over my clothes. We go and horse around in the gym a little while before we wait for the sensei to arrive. None of us had seen him before. Finally, two back doors to the gym flew open. Our heads snap around in anticipation, and in staggers a man in a black gi tied together with a black belt, bearing most of his weight on two silver crutches, the kind that have hand grip and go halfway up your forearm to a gray cuff at the top. His feet hang over the mat and touch down at odd angles as they and their corresponding knees struggle to straighten out and push in a walking format. The kids all stare silently as he speared the floor from side to side, gritting his teeth, kicks his swinging legs toward the head of the room. A thick black beard and shaggy black hair frame his bushy eyebrows and Coke bottle glasses. Hello, class. Welcome to Shotogan Karate. I am your sensei, Mr. Davis. He bows as deep as his crutches would allow. Mr. Davis was half Jewish, half German, and his family was from Wisconsin. He had begun studying karate during his last year of high school when a car accident left him 70% paralyzed in his arms and legs. He had earned 5 gold stripes on his black belt in the 15 years since then, and he took this shit very seriously. This gymnasium is our dojo. When you are in the dojo, you will refer to me as Sensei or Mr. Davis. You will dress appropriately for class. You will be on the mat ready for class when the class begins. He glanced at the hem of my blue jeans sticking out from the leg of my gi. Just then, the front door opened and a little dumpling of a kid came huffing in the room, red cheeks above a bunched up bouquet of red t shirt collars sprouting around his neck above his white gi. Sorry, sorry. The kid stares as the teacher on crutches stares at the teacher on crutches as he joins us sitting at the mat. Mr. Davis stares back. As I was saying, you must come to class on time and in uniform if you want to continue. Everyone here is on the same hour. If you waste yours, you waste everyone's. The boy gulps and stares at the teacher. Yes, sir. Don't call me sir. No, sir. Mr. Davis stares at the boy, grinning nervously. Are you dumb or rude? Call me sensei or Mr. Davis. Yes, Mr. Davis. Not rude then. No, Mr. Davis. No, that's right. Yes. What is your name? Peter. All right, Peter. I want you to try to hit me. The dumpling named Peter doesn't move. Peter, did you hear what I said? Yes. I want you to hit me, Peter. No. What do you mean, no? No, I won't hit you. Why won't you? It would not be right. You picked an odd time to become a pacifist, Peter. Your parents just paid for a karate class. Peter doesn't budge. Anyone else here want to try? I will. I'll try. The biggest kid in school stands up. A sixth grader, giant named Michael O'Neill. Everyone knew Michael O'Neill. His father was Russian and his mother was Mexican. He had thick black hair and light brown skin, and he was almost 6.5 feet tall. He was dashingly handsome and notoriously aggressive. His arms were thick with muscle, and he had a reach beyond anyone else in the room, except for Mr. Davis's crutches. Crack was the sound of those aluminum legs whipping to the side of Mike's neck. Mike goes down on one knee, and Mr. Davis spears him with a crutch right in the middle of his chest, pins him to the mat like a on his back like a bug. The rest of the class applauds and hoots and hollers like peasants watching the guillotine drop. When I see my dad later that night, I try to express the excitement of that moment, but my dad is nonplussed. He'd been drinking, of course, and as soon as I get home, he starts grilling me on the class he's paying for. I open my response with a description of the teacher being a quadriplegic, thinking dad will understand how cool that made the class. What an inspiration the teacher was to a bunch of awkward kids hoping to learn the ancient art of karate. As I continue, however, I hear her mutter under his breath, are you fucking shitting me right now? I realize then that dad is fucking pissed. His red eyes drill into mine. What kind of bullshit? We gotta cancel that noise and get a refund. No way, dad. It's awesome. I plead my case. It's really tough. It and hard, and I liked how hard it was. We did all these weird exercises. We have squatted in a line and held our arms up to see who could do it the longest. And I almost lasted the longest, like 15 minutes. Then we stood in a circle and he challenged us to fight them all at once. And one kid ran up and got whacked with his crutch. Bam! And then I went in low while he wasn't looking. And then he saw me and he hit me on the top of the shoulder like pow. And I was like, I don't know. And then this one kid knocked him down with his foot and he tried to use the crutch to block it. And then he had him on his back. And with his other crutch, like jam. And it was crazy. My dad was not impressed. So what you're saying is, even though this karate guy needs crutches, he can use them as weapons to beat his students up. Sounds like something my kid would be into. He may have been sarcastic, but he let me continue with the classes throughout the winter. Blocking is the first lesson, and I always loved the idea of teaching defense first. We all wanted to learn how to punch guys out, but if you're going to be serious about it, you had to learn the martial arts in order. And even at that age, I could see the wisdom of it. It was super fun and challenging class, and I quickly advanced from white to yellow stripe to yellow belt to green belt. A big state tournament came up in the spring, and I went with four other kids to represent our dojo. There would be demos, sparring, and testing to advance belts. I was going to test for my blue belt, and I rode to the event in my sensei's station wagon. Mr. Davis had had his car modified with hand controls for the gas and brake. There was a mess of chrome handles and levers surrounding the steering column on all four sides. It also had a big black toggle switch installed on the dash with the label Overdrive. I meet him at the school, and after loading up some equipment, we sit in the car, warming it up. He looks around the cab, flips the switch while discreetly revving the engine with the other hand as the engine winds high and he yells out, Overdrive! It's a corny joke, but it's the only one I ever heard him make, so I laugh nervously. The event is being held in a giant concrete arena with a vaulted steel ceiling. The floor is covered in thick mats. A booming PA system competes with the buzzing of the sodium halide lighting and the echoes of the families yelling from almost empty stands as the horn blasted of the scorecards as they announced the first demos. The most advanced of our class were these two hippie kid brothers with long, sticky blonde hair and a propensity for walking on the balls of their feet get up. The younger one punches some boards in half and then nervously sticks his hair behind his ear. The older one kicks some boards in half and then quietly returns to their seats as everyone claps. Some other kids from another JoJo get up and do the same thing to some bricks. Everyone claps and boots and hoots. Our sensei slowly and with some difficulty gets down on his knees in front of 10 boards in a stack separated by pencils. And with the third chop of the edge of his open hand, he breaks through them all. The audience members that were actually paying attention oohed and awed as he struggles to get his crutches back under him and back onto his feet. That's when my dad surprises me by showing up. He waves as he walks over and sits behind me. His breath smells like cigarettes and his skin smells like brandy sweat. Hey, kiddo, did I miss anything? Not yet, Dad. I'm almost up. Sparring and testing. All right. After the demos come the sparring. I'm real heavy for a 10-year-old, and so I draw a much older and more experienced opponent from another school. We square off on the mat as my dad prowls the border clapping. All right, let's go. Right as the ref says go, the kid blasts me with a roundhouse kick to the side of the head. Pow! I fall over on my right and hear the booster section go, oh, boo, illegal move. Kicking your opponent in the head was against the rules for tourney sparring. And my dad hears this from the sensei and starts yelling at the ref, hey, ref, what the fuck? Hey, watch your language, sir. How about you watch the fight, ref? Don't worry about my goddamn language. My opponent and I face off again on the mat. The ref says, fight. My opponent quickly front snap kicks me in the face. Ah! Stagger back, but managed to keep my feet. As my head swims around, I readjust my mouthpiece and my headgear, and I hear my dad yelling at the other side. Goes, hey, motherfucker, straighten your punk out. Sir, you cannot talk like that. These are kids. The ref joins in. Language, sir, please. Dad is looking around the arena, wild eyed, gnashing his teeth, flexing his hands, somehow managing to keep from smacking the two men next to him. The ref leans into me and asks if I'm all right to continue. I'm fine, I say. 3 seconds later, the ref says, fight. And that kid kicks me in the head. This time I go down, I'm out. And as I lay on the mat, slowly coming around, I hear my dad yelling as he's ejected by the arena by security. Get your fucking hands off me, assholes! You might know karate, but I know crazy. After that, the testing begins. My sensei asked me if I want to stay, and I say yes. When my turn comes, I remember all my forms and katas, but my bell has been rung and my shit is sloppy. I failed two advanced belts, and really, that would pretty much be it for karate in my life. My sensei drives me and my ringing head to my house in a quiet car. No one else is there, and he waits while I let myself in. He waves as he drives away, and the last time I ever see him. My dad does not come home till after I've gone to sleep. I wake up the next day and make myself cereal and go to school. And when I come home, my dad and I both act like nothing happened. Chapter 23. The Matanuska Glacier's filthy ash covered ice fields glinting dully in the sunny distance. King Mountain rising up like the top of a giant circus tent on the side of the road. The booming notropolis of Chickaloon. Sleepy suburban Sutton, home to Alaska's longest burning underground coal seam fire, still going after over 40 years. The highway shoots a wicked curve down into Moose Creek Valley, up the hill and past the Palmer side of Fishhook Road. Fishhook Road was the original gateway to the north before the Parks Highway was punched in across the Palmer Hayflats. Fishhook Road was originally known as Hatcher Pass. Then down the road into the city of Palmer. That fertile, flat river delta ground became the first family homesteads in the Matanuska Valley. Palmer itself was a dusty, winded, multi generational farmer town with 3 bars, a bookstore, and an overbearing police presence. It's where you went if you wanted to get pulled over and hassled. The town was situated next to the mighty Knik River along the base of Pioneer Peak. In the wintertime, it was dark in the mountain shadow, but in the summertime, it got an intense amount of sunlight, almost 20 hours a day in June. That and the good dirt made for some outrageous vegetables. Maybe you've seen the world's largest zucchinis and pumpkins. They were grown in Alaska in the Matanuska Valley in Palmer. From there, you take a left on the Glen Highway south and head on toward the biggest village in Alaska. The name Anchorage means place to tie up your boat. 100 years previous, it was a tent city full of mud and cursed men. Now the only tents are down by Chester Creek in the homeless camps, and most of the mud has been paved over. The men are still cursed. Following Stubby's car into the Anchorage from the valley, the highway slowed down and splits into 5th and 6th Avenue, running downtown, where the windshield would soon be awash in the neon lights and beige bricks of the boarded shop windows. A few blocks before that happened, I took a left on Gamble Street, aka the Seward Highway. And then a few blocks up, I took a right on 13th Avenue at a grocery store called the People's Cars. We arrived at the destination in the early evening, pulling up in front of the house where my best friends lived. I finally shut the car off for what seemed like good. Stillness. I heard the city around me bustle and hum, and the cooling tick of the engine as I took a minute or to collect my thoughts and arrive in my mind. Jeff and Matisse burst from the house with big smiles on their faces. I jumped out, and we all three embraced on the sidewalk. Stubby got out with a little help, and Jeff hugged him, but Matisse politely declined because she knew him so well. Oh my God, I missed you guys so much. I felt like I was finally back in Alaska. The air smelled wonderful, fresh and clean, even in the big city. I say big, but really there's only about 300,000 people in Anchorage, and that's half the whole state of Alaska and about a quarter of the population of Minneapolis. We decided to have a party that night. Here's what I remember. Jeff got a couple cases of beer that his dog would open for us. It's remarkable how she could rip the cardboard to shreds without popping or piercing a can. Stubby and Danny and Noodle and Jeremiah and Rick Love and everybody, Biz, Trey, Scooter, the brothers Kim, Tree, Dan, were there. We decided to have a big space bag party. We called the bags inside the box wine space bags because they're silver on one side. Sledding down the stairs to the basement grow room slash practice space using cardboard boxes as toboggans. Sledding down the stairs to the grow room practice space using other people as toboggans. Tossing a bag of wine to Biz and him jumping back, screaming about a bag of deer blood, and the bag bursting on the floor, and 4 or 5 of us getting down on our bellies and hands to slurp it up. Trey passed out in a puddle of wine on the kitchen floor. In the dim fluorescent lights, it looked like he was in a pool of puked up blood. We thought he was dead for a full minute until he moaned and rolled over. Late the next morning, when there was only a few of us left, some strange guy with leaves and twigs in his hair and dirt smeared on his face peeked his head in the door and asked if he could join the party. All of us just stared at him dumbfounded until Jeff finally came out of his room in a pink bathroom and yelled, "Hell no! Get the fuck out of here, man!" We all laughed at the guy's face as he slammed the door and ran away. At the end of the party, we blew up the empty wine bags and used them for pillows. I wrapped mine in a t shirt because I'm fancy. We used our coats for blankets and we crashed out in the living room like a scattered pile of cordwood. The next morning's headache, though, devastating, debilitating, disastrous. Crawling to the sink for a glass of sweet, sweet water. I had to laugh at the piles of sleeping beer cans and trashed people on the floor. Total carnage was the condition of the house. Bodies everywhere. After I hit the kitchen, I smacked the bathroom. And then I returned to the couch, looked around. I found a half burnt bowl and put a lighter to it. Danny stirred from his slumber, sat up and took a hit. I thought I heard you making breakfast, he whispered. Together, we watched the smoke roll around the darkened living room. Like veins of gold in the stone air was the sun shining around the edges of the blanket curtains. Swords of light fell across the snoring masses. How'd you sleep? Danny quietly asked me. Like a big drunk baby. Actually, after sleeping in my car so much lately, the floor felt super roomy. I haven't been able to straighten my legs out much at night, so that was real nice. How about you? Had a bunch of bad dreams. I thought I had smoked enough pot to stop dreaming, but there they went. He took a big puff off a fresh bowl. As he was holding his hit in, he choked and shook his fist at the sky. Take that pissed off grandma, he whispered, shouted to the dome. To the dome! He blew a cloud of smoke into the air. Chuckling, I grabbed the pipe from him, took a huge, lung bursting ripper, held it in while I cracked open a room temperature can of PBR, chugged the whole thing, and let the smoke out in a rush of foam and fog, followed by a belch from deep inside. I instantly felt 100 times better. Man, are you ready to eat? I am ready to eat. Just then the phone rang. I quickly answered it to keep from disturbing the sleepy heads in the room. Hello? Hi, I'm looking for Orion. I heard you might know how to reach him. Lucky day, man. This is Orion. Hey, Orion, this is Stu. I got this number from Red Boy. Stuart, what the fuck, man? How are you? Good, real good. Listen, Carrie and I were thinking if we want to keep doing what we're doing with the dogs, we're gonna have to move to colder, snowier climes. Anyway, we're flying to Anchorage tomorrow for a week to sort of check out the scene there in Alaska, and I was hoping you'd be able to show us around a bit. That sounds awesome, man. Can I pick you up from the airport? No need. We got a rental. Well, call me here in the morning. We'll get it together. All right, I'll see you tomorrow morning. All right, man. See you then. I hung up the phone, and Danny looked at me sideways. You already getting calls here? That didn't take long. Turns out I'm an important guy doing important shit. Where'd that pipe go? Chapter 24. The next morning, after Stu and Carrie arrived at Jeff and Matisse's place in Anchorage, we all sat down for a session of coffee and weed. As we passed the joint around the circle, Jeff's dog Jezebel comes in. She was a tall, sleek black pit bull mix who stood almost to your face when you were sitting down having a smoke. She walked inside the circle with a knotted sock hanging from her jaws. Stu took the bait, grabbed one end of the sock for some tug of war as we discussed our options for the day. Stu wanted to put his eyes on the land of the man who used to sit in a valley where I grew up and even further north. Stu, that's perfect. I was going to go visit my old stepdad, Jim and Willow, and then go up to Denali with the last of my dad's ashes. We could go together and check out Caswell Lakes, Sheep Creek, Talkeetna, Trapper Creek, further up even. But I think Willow might be what you're looking for. It is, after all, the dog mushing capital of the world. Back in 1990, when I was 15 years old, that was the year Willow resident Susan Butcher won the Iditarod for the third time in 4 years, spawning the hit t shirt Willow, Alaska, where men are men and women win the Iditarod. Susan got invited to be on The Tonight Show. She and her dogs were going to be flown to New York and raced down the hallway of the studio on live TV. That is, until PETA threatened a boycott of the sponsors and Susan was preemptively canceled. The whole town of Willow was in an uproar about it. At the annual Winter Carnival that year, a local musher wrote a protest letter addressed to Jay Leno, penned from the sled dog's point of view, which they read aloud to a packed room of teary-eyed, bunny-booted willow billies, wiping their runny noses on Carhartt sleeves at the community center feast. Lo, how my ears twitch with ecstasy when I hear the crunch of my master's boots at dinner time. Under the glow of the northern lights, my brothers and sisters and I sing a joyous song of gratitude. From atop the barrels we are chained to. Next on the agenda, Willow had to deal with another snub. Wasilla, that brazen community to the south, had had the audacity to put up a sign proclaiming themselves the home of the Iditarod, even though everyone knew Willow was where the Iditarod restart took place after the ceremonial start in Anchorage. How dare they? Whatever shall we do? Someone put forth a solution. I move, we declare Willow the dog mushing capital of the world. Second, all in favor, say aye. I went the chorus. Back then, I had buried my face in my hands. Man, I can't believe my mom moved us to the fucking dog mushing capital of the world. I muttered as the whole town rose to their feet and stomped and applauded. Yes, 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 Stuart. Willow is the place for you. Cool, man. I can't wait to check it out. Stu was holding on to one end of the sock tightly. Jezebel was pulling hard on the other end. She looked up in his eyes and he smiled. Just then, Jezebel reached up with her right paw, hooked the knot, and pushed it down to the floor. This pulled his hand right up next to her mouth. And when it was really close, she let go of her hand and grabbed his hand right next to his hand. She moved faster than our eyes could track, but we all heard her jaw snap down on the sock. So close, her lips were touching his fingers. We all laughed nervously, and Stu proclaimed, "Holy shit, that's the smartest dog I've ever seen." There are only a few roads in Alaska. The Glen Highway runs north out of Anchorage, curving around the Matanuska Range until you cross the Knik River Delta and enter the Palmer Hay Flats. The road was built in the 40s by the Army to get supplies north faster. It was all level with the surrounding land until the '64 earthquake settled the land. Now the road rides 6 feet above the surrounding marshes that stretches for miles into the distance. The mountains surround the view from every side. It is a terrific Middle Earth looking moment and the last good chance to smoke a joint before you get to the next city. As the road rises into the foothills of the Alaska Range, it splits, with the Glen going east toward Palmer, Sutton, Chickaloon, Tok, and eventually Canada, and the Parks Highway going north toward Fairbanks. This time we took the Parks. Shortly, the views all turned to shit because we had arrived in Wasilla, also known as the Mistake by the Lake. Sandwiched between the railroad tracks and the lake, Wasilla is the preeminent example of what a town looks like when it is designed by a chamber of commerce. 5 miles of strip malls line both sides of the highway, connected by parking lots and frontage roads in the front and service roads in the back. Wasilla Lake shoreline is about one-third box store parking lot featuring world-class runoff collection and treatment, one-third condos developed in the swinging '80s, whose gray and brown water probably don't just flush into the lake, but there are rumors, and one-third public beach. It's the first place growing up I ever heard about swimmer's itch. After the lake, a few more miles of strip mall finally open up to the Rainbow Lakes area, featuring a closed down laundromat whose shuttered marquee advertises now non smoking. The roadside inn, the Silver Fox, Friday karaoke. There is a funky shack on the left side of the road that's had a garage sale perpetually for years. A great place to get burn barrels or buy boots out of an Atco trailer. On the other side of the highway sits Felony Flats, a stretch of 20 small dry cabins and 5 porta potties they share, cheap rent, and indifferent neighbors. Further on, some multi generational compounds down Pittman Road where the oldest and weirdest family this side of the family live. There's a bar at the end of Pittman Road that was originally called Scatter's Rainbow. I had heard the same story about the legendary Scatter from 5 different people throughout the years. A busload of Japanese tourists arrives one day, and they come to the bar and ask Scatter where Denali is. Scatter sets down his coffee mug and calmly tells them, "You motherfuckers found Pearl Harbor at night. You should be able to find the biggest mountain in North America." After Scatter died, the bar got exotic dancers and changed its name to the Dead Dog Saloon. The Yukon is next up the road with Sloppy Joe's on Thursdays special. It's just manwich out of a can, I hope. Finally, the last bar before the Big Lake turnoff, Sully's Sourdough Inn. What's a sourdough? Carrie asked. Someone sour on Alaska with not enough dough to get out. It's the opposite of a chichaco. What's a chichaco? Someone new to Alaska. Oh. Here's the Big Lake Road. You can take a left off the highway, and 5 miles down, you come to Big Lake, Alaska's year round playground, said the faded wooden sign at the gas station that guarded the skirt of the town. Hair salon, liquor store, bar, restaurant, grocer, liquor store, bar, church, you know the type. Town, rural America. In the '80s, Alaska had a huge economic bust. Really, the whole state is one boom bust cycle after another, but that's another story. Leading up to this bust was an oil fueled boom that lasted for years. Everyone had big bucks and big noses, and Big Lake was where they partied. A bar for every occasion. Many that were on the lake, a couple you could only get to by boat in the summer and snow machine in the winter. They only closed those bars 2 times a year, during freeze up and during breakup. In the winter, when the temps dropped to below zero, the locals chipped in and plowed roads across the lake to connect the cabins and bars. The ice gets thicker where the snow is removed until finally they open Ice 5 to the public, which runs from the boat launch on the south shore to the other end of the lake. Past the Islander, we could get a fancy meal and a glass of fine wine. Past Burnt Point, which had a hot spring underneath that made it the most treacherous part of the lake. Burnt Point was usually where someone's truck would break through the ice and get stuck, then frozen. This usually happened twice a year. Keep going, and at the far end of the lake was an old log building that housed the Call of the Wild, the most notorious bar on the lake, open till 5 a.m. with no adult supervision. They had a gas powered blender with a pull start like a lawnmower for margaritas by the pitcher, body shots, flaming shots, vapor locks, coke in the bathroom, weed on the deck. 16-year-old me and my friends wearing snowshoes and helmets. Just raise your visor, hold out your money, and say, Bud, Crown. That's how I got served when I was a kid. Back on the Parks Highway North, we got to the town of Houston, home of my alma mater, who's Stone High School. Answer everyone, go Hawks. Houston is a small, wide spot in the road with a soft serve ice cream shop and five huge fireworks stands. Each stand is three train cars, end to end long, shelves packed floor to ceiling along the back and counter along with the front, with a fire extinguisher every 10 feet. I once asked a guy if he thought those little red fire extinguishers would do any good. He said, yeah, but I don't think they'll reach from across the highway, which is where I'll be if I ever see this thing catch on fire. The town of Houston supplied the fireworks for the whole state. Not only did people drive up from Anchorage and down from up north, but rural Alaska, the bush ordered fireworks to be delivered by the pallet. The biggest stand of all was called Gorilla Fireworks. I got a job there as a dancing gorilla when I was 14. All you got to do is keep moving, said the owner's sister, who was the original gorilla. Okay. Wave at cars and dance. Okay. Sometimes people will drive up to visit you. Okay. They might want to take a picture with your kid. Okay. Try not to talk. We don't want to know who or what you are. Okay. Flash forward to a biker guy taking his picture with me in the gorilla suit. Right before the click, he grabs my ass and smiles at me. And I say quietly and low, not so hard, man. The owner's sister showed me where there were a bunch of gorilla suits in a box. I picked one that fit and didn't smell too ripe. I put it on over a t-shirt and Bermuda shorts. It was itchy black polyester fur that laced up the front with a dozen ties. The mask was rubber and it had been washed, but still carried the musk of the last people who wore it. Topping it off was a little colorful cotton welder's cap and sunglasses. For 4 summers, I put on that suit, 8 hours a day, 5 days a week. I stood on top of a van in 80-degree sun and danced my ass off. Literally, I lost 60 pounds the first summer. Really, that was what led my mom and Jim to think I was doing hard drugs when I was just smoking pot like them. Remember that commercial during the war against drugs where the kid gets busted by his dad and he breaks into tears and shouts, From you, Dad, I learned it from you. That joke got a lot of traction in my house. The van had a wooden platform on the roof with a ladder on one side and AstroTurf for traction and a railing around the perimeter about 4 feet up. In one corner, I kept my water bottles and a boombox blasting. I'd rock that van shocks and springs all day, dance to punk and hip hop and wave at cars. I wasn't the first dancing gorilla, but I was the best. I loved it. My clothes would be soaked in sweat in 10 minutes, and I just kept it moving, waving at cars like I was paid by the wave back. I always said I have attention deficit disorder, but it's everybody else's attention. So I found this very satisfying in that regard. People would react in all kinds of ways. Lots of smiles, kids waving ecstatically and screaming with joy. Also, lots of indifference and middle fingers. A few sets of tits, a few thrown bananas, a few thrown beer cans bursting open on the gravel shoulder. One guy used to drive up and give me handfuls of weed. One time I watched a dude pull in, buy some bottle rockets at the stand, pull out, stop in front of the van, shoot the rockets at me through his open car window. One young woman climbed on top of the van to dance with me. As she and I started to boogie, her boyfriend got annoyed and told her to get down. And as she climbed off, she hooked her palm on a rusty nail head sticking out of the wooden ladder, and the black blood that seeped from her hand looked like it came from deep inside. Her face turned pale as she pitched it together, and her man ushered her to the car, and they sped off. I danced on that roof for 4 summers, and I never got hurt until my last day. It started out the same Gatorade, rock and roll, squeaky leaf springs. As the day goes on, I get more excited. It was the last day of my fourth and final season. The suit was particularly rank. Tomorrow gets cleaned and stored for the year. I'm holding the railing and bouncing the van as Had a Dad by Jane's Addiction starts. There's this long drum roll that builds into a crescendo as Perry Farrell yells, Oh, wow, 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 wow. On the last, wow, I leapt into what I think was a spinning pirouette And as I come down, my right foot lands on the outside of the platform, and my left foot slips out on the green turf to the side. I hard plant my tailbone on the edge of the platform and simultaneously whack my head on the rail as I tumble off sideways, my body following my right leg down and into the space beneath the railing. The van is just high enough for me to turn all the way over and hit the ground head first. My neck cracks as it cranks sideways, and my body crumbles into itself hard enough to knock the wind out of my lungs. After I stop falling, I lay on my back in the dirt for a moment and wonder why I can't breathe. Gasping for sips of air, I get to my feet and grab at the mask with both hands. It's flapped or tucked deep under the shoulders of the sweaty, hippie, ashy black suit that had suddenly stopped fitting right. On the third yank, I get my head free of the rubber wrap, but the wet laces of the suit are still cutting into my windpipe. Black spider eggs hatch in the corners of my eyes as I drop the mask in the dirt and yank at the laces and stumble back to the stand. I cannot breathe and I cannot get them untied. And when I get down to the counter, I just lay on it and try not to panic. One of the salespeople sees immediately what has happened and runs for scissors. And as I relax and shallow breath starts to return, I turn my head to the side and see a young couple with their child investigating the scene around the van. The kid picks up my discarded gorilla mask off the ground, and I whisper to myself, "No, kid, don't do it." He slips that stinky, sweaty rubber mask on and dances around for his parents' amusement. Ugh, it's all yours, kid. I'm done. After Houston, the road north gets real rural real fast. Every few miles, there's a sign of civilization. The Triple B Bar, White's Crossing General Store, Nancy Lakes Resort, then the welcome sign to the community of Willow. At one time, Willow was considered the new state capital. Supporters of the change lauded its convenient locale in the middle of the state, abundant acreage. Only two groups voted against moving the capital there: everyone in Willow and everyone where the capital city already was, which was accessible only by airplane in Juneau. So the motion failed, and Alaska's capital and legislatures remained safely out of reach for most of its constituents. Chapter 25. This begins with a excerpt from my dad's journal. A visit with friends. Though they return, they are also still there and await. So it was with Bill and Judy. I found an enormous marble dome. The interior under the grand vault was full of music and love. Here the room was dominated by two pyramids, one black, one white. I was attracted to two people working at the white pyramid, others working at tables. I knew it was Bill and Judy. They were not surprised to see me. I belonged here too. The pyramid consisted of thousands of tiny crystals, each a complete musical piece. The joy and peace in that wonderful place, unlike any other. I sat with them and we resumed our work of cataloging the crystals, finally inserting them into their places in the crystal. All of the music of man was in this place. I would be happy to sit forever with these two old souls, happily, diligently, working and discussing. I realized that when both pyramids were completed, the work would end, but such a work. After I awoke from my coma and left the hospital, I went to the bar where every Sunday for 10 years they entertained a gathering of friends with their beautiful music. Bill, of course, seems to know every song on the planet, and they perform and sing with such infectious joy that people come again and again for their fix of Bill and Judy, the best hours of their week. Bill and Judy had not seen me since I was hospitalized 6 or 8 months previous, and of course I caught them by surprise. I walked into the bar, they saw me and stopped playing. It was such an emotional moment, and of course brought with it a glimpse of that magnificent dome. Perhaps they couldn't see it, but they certainly felt it. And all three of us burst into tears and started hugging and crying in front of the patrons, who were, of course, mostly friends. I told them later about encountering them on the other side, working together naturally, and of course, making music. The Willow Trading Post wasn't just the bar my dad bought in 1980. It was also the bar I learned to drive, going to pick up my folks in 1989. It was also the bar we would procure our beer from when we were teenagers in the early 90s, waiting in the parking lot for a friend or a friend's older brother. In 1998, it was where Stu, Carrie, and I stopped to get some off sale beers to bring to Jim's. Inside the bar, my mom's ex boyfriend and my dad's old drinking buddy, who took me on my first motorcycle ride, was holding court. Holy burnout Bernie, I said as I approached him. I could hear he was in the middle of a performance. He was doing the Gettysburg Address from memory. 417 years ago, our forefathers put forth the notion that all men are created equal. Or he was trying to, at least. The glass of beer in his hand sloshed around over the lip as he gesticulated, and foamy spittle with flecks of chewing tobacco sprayed from his slurring lips and rained on my face as I stood before him. When he noticed me, he came in for an embrace, stopping the Gettysburg Address and launching into my favorite Tennessee Williams monologue of his. What demon makes a man put the devil in his mouth? Later, Carrie was laughing as we were leaving. What was that? She asked. Well, the thing with Bernie is he goes gold panning in the summer and it's a long time alone. So he memorizes monologues to pass the time. He knows a ton of Shakespeare. He gave me his copy of the complete works because he had already read it so much. The two suitcases of natural ice loaded up in the car and head up to Hatcher Pass we go. When we get to the old place on 4 Mile Road, it looked different from when I lived there, smaller somehow. It had only been 5 years since I'd seen it, but still it looked strange. Jim came out to greet us in the driveway with a big smile, and I was surprised at how happy I was to see him. It had been too long. His hair had gone all white, and so had his beard, except for the nicotine stains around his mouth. He still looked pretty spry, though, to be honest, still as wide as tall, arms still thick as my legs. I still don't think I could have taken him. He invited us in, and I made all the introductions as we sat down around the old kitchen table. Jim seemed genuinely happy to see me too. It was a relief to break the ice with him after so long. The last time I had spoken, I had still been pretty pissed at him, so it was nice to just crack a beer and joke and reminisce. On the summer I turned 15 in Alaska, a couple 20 something children of Jim's hippie buddies showed up in Willow looking for a place to crash between jobs. Mom and Jim welcomed them in, and they slept on our couches for a week waiting for the call. I thought they were great to have around, fresh energy, so young and helpful. Two of them were on an Alaskan adventure. They helped with the house cleaning and gardening and wood splitting to pay for the room and board. One night they're having a couple beers with Jim in the kitchen, and one complained of an achy tooth. How long's it been hurting? Jim asked. Oh, for like a week. It was not too bad at first, but the last couple days, shit has gotten way worse. Now it's really killing me, man. He holds his jaw and winces. Jim says, you got to relieve that pressure in there. You got to clean it out. He goes and gets a bottle of hydrogen peroxide and a needle. He sits down and burns the needle with a Bic lighter, sterilize it, and explains, you go stand over the sink there, take this needle and stick it into the gum under the tooth. You should be able to pop that little sack of pus in there. When it pops, it'll start to leak out. Gargle with this hydrogen peroxide, and it'll foam like crazy. So stand over the sink and let it drain. The kid takes the bottle a little hesitantly in one hand, takes the needle in his other. I was sitting on the couch watching eagerly. Oh man, I got to see this. Even my mom watches closely from a chair as the kid stood in front of the little mirror above the kitchen sink. Jim asked, you want me to do it? No, I do not. The kid replies a little too forcefully. He opens his mouth wide, brings the needle up slow. He pulls his cheek back, line it up, and finally sticks it with the nail. Quick, bam! Ow, shit! He grips the edge of the sink. I missed. Tears start to well up in his eyes. He lines up for another shot, slowly gets the needle placed, jams it in. Ow! Fuck! I missed again. He's really crying now. He lets out a little sob as he sets up another poke. Please, I look at my mom and say, that has gotta hurt. She says, I can't watch any more of this. She says she heads upstairs to bed. My brother and I are enthralled as he takes four more stabs, missing the small sack of pus every time. Finally gives up and they just go back to drinking. When the two guys leave the next day, we all say our goodbyes and well wishes, and I never saw them again. Seth and Tim, I believe their names were, said Jim. Nice kids. Lousy dentist, though, I replied. We all busted up. There was a lull in the conversation. I saw my chance for some serious business. Hey, Jim, do you know where I can get any weed? I think so. How much? Like an eighth? What the fuck is an eighth? I smiled as he went to the chest freezer in the Arctic entry and fished around and comes up with a vacuum sealed bag, two buds, each as big as my fist in it. What's that? I said. He looked at it a moment. "Well, that's a quarter. How much? 40 bucks. All right. We put up the cash and got down to trimming up some joints with a little sticky pair of scissors on that same kitchen table. Ate a lot of crab legs at this table. As I recall, you hated crab legs. We better light this fucking joint. We passed it around a while and then switched to cigarettes and started drinking. Me with cans of natural ice, and Jim mixed up with triple shot tequila slash grapefruit. I cracked up at the sight of that 6 bottle giant case of Cuervo handles next to the 48 pack of grapefruit juice in tiny cans. Some things don't change. Did you tell him about the time you slept in your car because you got home so late you were scared to come inside? Jim asked. I was exhausted, not scared, and no. But I did mention the time you were wrenching under the Subaru and I noticed you hadn't moved in a few minutes and I had gotten scared you had a heart attack and I ran outside to check and I heard you snoring. Jim was matching me drink for drink as a casual contest started to emerge. Remember when my school had a guest speaker and I came home and told you he survived Vietnam only by the grace of God? And you said, fuck that. You survived by keeping your fucking head down? We had a few more. Jim and I remembered the sex talk he gave me. I only said wear condoms for anal because of the blood. That's it for me, said Carrie. She was the first one to go to bed up to my brother's old room. We kept going. But the saddest part of the war for me was the ancient civilizations we destroyed. 3,000-year-old statues of Buddha in the jungle, riddled with bullets, melted by napalm. Stu hung in for a while, but eventually he dropped out too. Jim and I drank it off at the table. He matched my every can of beer with a triple tequila splash grapefruit. We were about 10 deep when I pointed to the button on the ceiling. Still got my bell up, I see. Ah, it's unhooked now. I just left the button there to give me a laugh. Jim chuckles into his beard. You sure hated that bell. Yeah, I did. I paused for a beat. I hated a lot of stuff. Jim and I both took another drink. I don't know if you know this, but your dad asked me to raise you. I replied. He knew you'd be better off up here with me than down there with him. I know it was a hard decision for him, but he chose what he thought what was best for you. Oh, I'm not sure he was aware of what all that entailed. He knew what else you could do. He knew what your other options looked like. And I think you had a better chance at a happy childhood up here. Well, that was a bit of a mixed bag, don't you? Well, I did it for your sake, believe me. I think he knew where you were headed, and he wanted you safe out of the way. Why didn't you tell me of this at the time? I didn't think you were ever really ready to hear it from me. I thought about how much anger I had carried in my heart for Jim and for my dad leaving me with him. You were probably right about that. We both took another drink. The next morning came too soon. Jim had to go to town and we had to go north. Standing in the driveway, saying our goodbyes, I gave Jim a bear hug. Last night was really fun. It was great to see you. Thank you for everything. Everything? Everything, man, I replied. You're welcome, kid, he said, and we embraced again. That was the last time I saw Jim. He died in that house 10 years later. 10 years after that, I burned that house to the ground. But that's another story. Chapter 26. This is from my dad's journal. The day I died, I woke in North Minneapolis the day I died. I was in the habit of checking my stool after a night of drinking because of the Russian roulette nature of my alcoholism. That morning, I got the loaded cartridge. My stool was pitch black, digested blood. Betty called and asked me to bring her to Winona and visit. I said yes. Then I wished I hadn't. I was feeling nauseous. I knew if I vomited, the bleeding would start. I got her car and drove to Winona. I couldn't find the address, of course, so I went to a bar and phoned. A beautiful blonde woman sat at the bar. She looked at me and smiled, nodded to the seat next to her. I wanted to go to her. We would have left together, but I had Betty's car. I went to the parking lot to wait. She came to the door and looked at me, her palms up. She was beautiful. Then Betty and Elle pulled into the lot. I shrugged and turned. We drove around a little, then swung back out on the highway. The woman was standing by the road, hitchhiking. She looked at me expectantly, but we drove by. Didn't you see that woman? She stood on the corner. What woman? I started to feel cramps. The blood was filling my stomach. I puked a quart of black blood out the window. It splashed on the car. I think we pulled over. Get me to a hospital. Winona Clinic couldn't cope. Helicopter to Mayo. The day was overcast. Oh, that's it. Back to the story. The day was overcast. You could not see Denali from the road. Stu and Carrie and I drove north on the park's highway. In Caswell Lakes, there's a large parcel of property that had been walled off by blue tarps strung up between the trees and the woods. Nothing makes you want to check some shit out like it being blatantly hid from view. What the fuck is going on in there, do you suppose? Stu asked. That's some real backwoods shite, my man. If they wanted you to know, they would have invited you in. That is one invite I won't be accepting. Don't mess with the locals. I've heard that family comes to Sheep Creek Lodge every once in a while. A mother with two grown ass sons. Sounds pretty Norman. I mean, normal. Well, I hope she knows how lucky she is to have her sons around, Carrie says. Yeah, lucky. That's what she is, no doubt. I continue my tour guide duties. Up here on the right, you'll see in the woods there a small dirt strip airport with a few hangars off to the side. One Friday back in high school, my friend Lanny asked if I wanted a job for the weekend. He and I and two other guys would get $10 an hour cash to strip paint off an airplane. That was twice as much as I made blowing insulation into attics, and half again as much more than I made peeling logs for German Mike. So I accepted the gig. It didn't dawn on me till years later that it was a stolen airplane. Here we are, four teenagers in a hangar with no windows, no ventilation, using acetone to peel paint off a fuselage. They gave us little paper masks that didn't do shit, especially up on your forehead, which is where they all ended up. Acetone burns your bare skin with a quickness, but water neutralizes it immediately. So we had a hose and a bucket and some rags and some gloves when we went to work. It took 12 hours. We got fed twice, cheeseburgers with fries and a Coke both times. That acetone had us goofy as fuck. We kept getting spatters on our arms and legs, in our hair. Someone would yell, hose, and they'd get sprayed. Water was everywhere. I was applying the goop under a wing with my eyes half closed and my mouth wide open when a big glop fell right in there. I spilled it out, yelled, hose, right in the face. The worst, though, Lanny stepped out to pee. And a second later, we heard him scream, ah, fuck, hose, hose. All of us ran outside and started laughing. We caught him with his pants down, furiously humping the snowbank, trying to get his dick to stop burning. By the time we were done, I must have lost 20 IQ points. A little further up, we passed the Talkeetna Spur Road. 15 miles down that road is the town of Talkeetna. Lots of mountaineering, flight scene, tons of fishing. You can get on the train in town and whistle stop along the tracks. People have cabins back in the woods there. Talkeetna is awesome, but that's not where we're headed. On by. On by is the mushroom's command to keep going. Man, I'm hungry. You guys hungry? Let's hit this little restaurant up. We pulled into the parking lot of the Sunshine Cafe. The Sunshine Cafe was as dark as night as we walked through the door. We stood in the threshold waiting for our eyes to adjust. As the shadows formed into empty booths, I said, looks like we got the place to ourselves. Just then, a 7 foot tall, 400-pound mountain of a man entered the room from a side door, huffing and puffing. Come in, sit, he barked. Carrie led the way to the dining room and chose a table in the corner. We followed, and the big man brought us menus. It was a little too dark to read the thing, so I asked if there were any specials. Bobby's breakfast burgers of special, his chest rattled as he wheezed. Half-pound sugar with onions and apples and bacon served on two pancakes for a bun. Comes with home fried potatoes. I set my menu down. I know what I'm having. So do I, said Stu. Carrie didn't speak. She was staring at the cook's belt, and I followed her gaze, the long barrel 44 revolver on his hip. It was big, shiny in the darkened room. Carrie, honey, you know what you want? Just pancakes, please. She looked up into his scowling face. Please. And three coffees, too. Thank you. Have it right out. We waited quietly till he walked back into the kitchen. Holy giant pistol. Which way to the front line? Why would he need that? Carrie asked me. I'm guessing he takes the trash out, and that's for the bears. Jesus crap, that's a lot of iron. Well, there's a lot of bears around here. The cook walks back with 3 cups of coffee in one hand, a cream caddy in the other. Hey, man, what's the gun for? What do you think? I think I'm about to have the best breakfast burger I ever tasted, and I bet you hear that all the time. All the time. He walked back to the kitchen. I took a sip of coffee. Best cup of coffee I've ever had. Compliments to the man at arms. As our eyes adjusted, we could start to see inside a bit better. The decorations on the walls were coming into view. Paintings of winter scenes filled the gaps between the conibear traps and fishing poles. A black bear's skin was mounted on the wall behind us. A doll sheep's head and several fish track around the crown trim of the room. The better I could see, the more dead shit came into the view. Aside from the dystopian Dr. Doolittle decor, this place is cozy. The coffee's hot, said Sue. We all took a sip. So, Ryan, you gonna stay in Alaska this time? I haven't made my mind up yet. Thinking I might go back to the lower 48 for a while. I've got some buddies in Portland. We were talking about putting a band together. What are you gonna do for work? Well, the furniture mover guys are always hiring, but I don't know. Now that I've been a roadie for the Rolling Stones, all the other jobs seem lame. Roadie for the Stones? How'd you get that gig? Well, when I went back to Minnesota to take care of my dad, I didn't have a job lined up. My dad was feeling pretty good, and he had Dave living there in Minnetonka, so I went out and stayed in his old A-frame on the 40 acres by you, Stuart. While I was there, my mom's boyfriend, Buzz Churchill, hooked me up with a construction job. It's funny, Daddy always told me never trust a guy named Buzz. Anyway, Buzz is a member of the Anishinaabe Tribal Council overseeing the construction of an 8-story hotel attached to the Grand Casino out in Hinckley. It was just 15 miles from my dad's 40 acres. Buzz was a big old heavy holy man. One night he gave me and my little brother Indian names. Mine was Rocks That Rattle in the Head. Mom said it was a joke, but I loved it. He and my mom were really in love. So anyway, he gets me this job. Then he tells me the job site's Indian only, but don't worry, just tell him I'm his son. So I show up the next day and head to the office trailer for processing. The dude behind the desk looks at the paperwork for a while. Then he looks at my long blonde hair and he frowns and says, kind of quizzically, Buzz said you were his son. Ah, I replied. You got any Indian in you at all? I replied, shake my head. Well, if they come ask, you're gonna have to tell them something. Okay, I said. And he kind of just shrugs it off and hands me a hard hat and goggles and shows me to my job. Core drilling span-crete panels with a wet drill, water hose plugged into one side, electric cord out of the other. We stood on top of thick foam pads. The water pools around us, slowly turning a wheel, push the drill bit through the floor. If you push too hard, the shear pin would snap. You'd have to stop and change it. Push too slow, your bit would overheat. You'd have to stop and change it. Supervisor loved telling us how much the stuff cost, as if he were on the hook for the bill. Fucking bits are $100 an inch. Those are real diamonds in the teeth. He'd scream at us over the whine, the bits, and the holler of the drills. When your hole finally punched all the way through, the water ran all the way down the hill, all the hole, and your standing puddle disappeared. So you moved the drill to another part of the floor and started making a new puddle to stand in. We do that for 8 hours a day and then go drink and gamble in the casino. A lot of times I get so I'd crash in the chalets that my crew brothers stayed in, sleeping on the floor of my clothes, getting up early to go do it again. I made friends with a few guys, but a few of the other guys gave me the stink guy. They were the real schnobs. I ignored them, just tried to do my best job I could while constantly hungover or still slightly drunk. 8 holes per bathroom, 18 bathrooms per floor, 15 to 30 minutes a hole, nonstop screeching and roaring. I made it through to the 5th floor that summer before somebody figured out I was just a white boy. One day after lunch, a gopher found me and said a manager wanted to see me at the office trailer. I looked at the other 2 dudes I've been drilling with these weeks, and they looked back. The jig was up. We all knew it. Miigwech, my friends. I turned in my hard hat and went back to Minnetonka. After that, my dad put me in touch with an old roofing and drinking buddy of his named Bobby Fisher. Bobby was a skinny little biker dude with one eye and a ponytail who grew a little dope and ran a construction site cleaning service. Bobby could use some labor help, so I went to work for him. The day would start at his house about 6 in the morning. I'd knock on the front door of his windowed in porch. His 2 big Rottweilers would slam against the doors, wood paneling so hard it would make the plexiglass and all the window frames rattle. The regular all glass windows were long gone. Those big ass scary dogs would start to slobber and growl and bark their heads off, and Bobby would start yelling curses at him. God damn, what the fuck? What? Bobby would unlock the deadbolts on the door, grab onto the dog's collar, and hold him back. I slipped in. We'd sit in the living room for an hour or so. The dogs would lay around his feet. We'd drink a pot of coffee and twist up a few numbers, get ready for a long day of cruising the windows down in his beat up skate van, blasting endless classic hits of the 60s, 70s, and 80s on a spray painted boombox, driving from unfinished townhouse to unfinished townhouse, sweeping up sheetrock dust and wood scraps and Taco Bell wrappers, and torn up carpets into the biggest dustpan you've ever seen. No one makes a mess like a carpenter who knows he's got a cleanup crew coming. It was a fun job overall. One morning we were having coffee and the phone rings and Bobby picks it up. Hello? Yeah. What? What? Now? Nah. What? Yeah. Hold on a second. He palms the mouthpiece of his phone, turns to me. Hey, Ryan, you want to go be on the crew for Ozfest right now? I said, hell yeah, I do. He got back and forth. Said, oh, okay, I got a guy for you. You're welcome. He hung up the phone, looked at me. Yeah, man, I only do the Stones anymore, but you'll dig it. Bobby sat down in his easy chair and reached for his lighter. You're going to need a hard hat, and some gloves, and a crescent wrench. He fires up the roach we were working on. Head down to the Metrodome, back door. Tell security you don't have a pass yet. Tell them you're there to get on the crew for Ozfest. They'll tell you where to go. Thanks, Bobby. Yeah, whatever. That was my first gig as a roadie. Ozfest 97. The empty stadium, the exhaust from the propane forklifts were intoxicating. I was enraptured, carrying armloads of steel beams and sheets of plywood back and forth, erecting 100-foot aluminum towers, pulling pins, running cables, setting pins, rolling cable, smoking by the flash pots, making the techs nuts. Go for this, go for that, go for those. It felt electric to be part of the behind the scene magic. 12 hours later, when the day was done, they gave me $100 and I gave them my phone number. Soon they started calling me for jobs. Lilith Fair, Bob Dylan, Ani DeFranco, the Doobie Brothers, Engelbert Humperdinck, Last Chance Summer Dance featuring NSYNC, and then finally the holy grail of all tours, the only tour that could bring Bobby Fischer out of retirement, the tour that every roadie coveted, the crew that everyone wanted a T-shirt for, the fucking Rolling Stones, Bridges to Babylon tour, 1997. The stage was the largest ever built for a rock and roll tour up to that point. 100-foot towers draped with ornamental speakers and horns that pointed in every direction but didn't really make any sound. Beautiful, ornate rake trim framed the stage, running 80 feet in the air where no one could see the work. This massive project was designed, built, and delivered by a Danish company. They built 5 copies of the same stage in their giant factory in Finland where they all lived. Each stage had 3 Danish guys traveling with it, overseeing the build-up and teardown. Each stage had a crew of about 20 climbers and up to 50 hands for the setup and for the sit down. Setup took 3 days, teardown took one. We worked in shifts around the clock. The shift was 8 to 12 hours, depending on what the needs were, but the pay was still $100. And they always made you work all 12 hours, even if there was nothing to do. Even if you just had your arms folded and you were leaning against the wall asleep, you still had to stay for the full 12 hours. You got 3 catered meals on the days that you worked. The catering tent was for everybody, and the meals were really quite fantastic. We would try to eat enough so that you would not get hungry on our days off because you didn't eat on your days off. No self-respecting tweaking alcoholic would spend $10 on a pizza when $10 would get you a half rack of natty ice. They also reimbursed your gas receipts at each new venue, but they would only pay for 3, so make sure you only filled up when you were really empty. We also would get a hotel room in every city that the tour went to. Actually, it was more like we took over a hotel in every town we went to. There were so many of us. We created our own society where drugs and prostitution were encouraged and sleep was banned. I was going to say legal and illegal, but the only law was make it to work on time. The hotel would be crawling with new crew members, and there were always a contraband distributor and 2 escort service professionals. The white one gave me a business card. That followed us from town to town. I'd smile as I walked past 20 bikers drinking in lawn chairs by the pool to get to my room. It was almost always 3 dudes per room, and I was almost always the youngest and nicest of the dudes, which means I almost always got to sleep on a roll-out trundle bed or on the floor, but never on an actual bed. The Stones tour brought all the old roadies all out of retirement. They all wanted to do the Stones at least one more time, every chance they got. This tour was happening simultaneously with U2's Pop Mart tour. The same company was running both crews, so one could swap back and forth from stage to stage in different cities at different times. When the U2 show came to Minneapolis that September, I was speaking to one of the other roadies from Arkansas, and she told me that crew needed more people on the road with them. So I told my dad that I was going on the road with the Stones. And he looked up from his paper and coffee and said, whatever. So Cat and Sparrow and I jumped in Sparrow's car and headed down I-5 for the next Stone show in Fort Worth, Texas, followed by a U2 show in Jacksonville, Florida. The U2 Pop Mart stage was designed, built, delivered, and maintained by the same Danish company as the Stones, and it was the largest stage in rock and roll history. 100 foot tall yellow arch dominated the entire thing. It took up 2 around-the-clock days to build it and 1 day to tear it down. After a U2 show in Atlanta, Georgia, I was partying with some local talent, Donner, Toke, and Sean Johnson, and our ride to the next Stones gig in New Orleans fell through at the last minute. We got stuck in Atlanta, stranded, crashing out in the basement of an ex roadie's house that we called the Critter. The Critter lived in the poorest part of Atlanta. And if you don't know that there is a poor motherfucking place, automatic gunfire in the night, buses and sirens all fucking day. The Critter and his wife, known together as the Critters, were manga comic book artists that self published their work at Kinko's and had 40 some cats running all over the house, leaving a thin sheen of kitty paw grease on every surface like a nasty shellac. We stayed crouched in the basement and rarely ventured out. There was nothing to do, and we didn't have any money to not do it anyway. Donner and I went out to the street to play some hacky sack once. A school bus pulled up, and a dozen little 10-year-old black kids got off and surrounded he and I. Standing in a circle around us, they began to taunt us. Hey, dude. Hey, dudes. Dude, what's up? Hey, dudes. What is up? What's up, dudes? It was hilariously intimidating, and they called after us as we nervously walked back inside. Hey, where you going, dudes? Hey, dudes, where you going? We were broke, chain smoking home rolled cigarettes, and taking the Marta all over little 5 points for the daily meal of a $2 bean and cheese burrito. The Critters were even broker. They'd sneak into our room while we were gone and steal the rolly butts out of our ashtray, bust them up, and roll new ones. We bumped around the worst part of Atlanta for a week or so before we finally caught a gig. The Hell Froze Over Tour by Fleetwood Mac. I hung around after the stage was built, and when the show started, I got to watch from the sides. Stevie Nicks came out on stage in her beautiful white gypsy dress and a colorful shawl around her shoulders. Halfway through the set, she did a dance with the shawl that ended with her tossing the shawl in the air and letting it float away like a jellyfish swimming through space. I watched it slowly drift down and land in the security pit. I watched and I waited for someone to do something about it, and then the show ended and the arena cleared out and we deployed to the stage for the teardown. And I went straight to where I saw the shawl fall, and there it was, laying in the mud. I tied it around my neck like a big scarf, thinking that someone would see it, ask for it back, and return it to Stevie Nicks, but nobody did. And I just wore it all the way home. Between Donner, Sean Johnson, Toke, and I, we made enough money to rent a car, and then I was able to score a little bag of jet black weed downtown. We cleaned out the seeds and stems and rolled the tightest little pinners ever. Donner's mother lived in Atlanta, and we got her to sign off on the rental since none of us were 25. She told them that she was taking it to South Carolina. We thanked her very much and drove it directly to St. Paul, Minnesota, just in time for the next Stones gig on Thanksgiving Day, 1997. After the setup at the Metrodome was done, I took Toke and Donner and Sean Johnson and Sparrow to my grandparents' apartment for Thanksgiving dinner. Kat had other family in town and she ate with them. My family was so happy to see me, they didn't even care. I brought four roadies with me. Sparrow and my Aunt Patrice hit it off. They had both been in recovery. Donna and Sean Johnson regaled my grandpa with hilarious quips and anecdotes. Toke was a bit of a wallflower, though. He hung out in the corner with my cousins, quietly telling stories of road life. I ran out to the car and grabbed the package from my mom. Hey, Mom, I brought you something for Christmas. This is actually Stevie Nicks' shawl that I scored up the floor of the last show. Everyone oohed and awed at the beautiful silk fabric. Wow, I love it. Thank you, number one son. My Aunt Jennifer piped up. Hey, I'm a way bigger fan of Stevie than your mom is. Sorry, Jenny, she only had the one. And to think you used to be my favorite nephew. After dinner, we said our goodbyes to my mother's family and loaded up to drive overnight to the next gig in Detroit. Sparrow and Sean Johnson in Sparrow's car, Toke and Donner and I driving in the rental that was supposed to be in Georgia from South Carolina with Donner's mom. At about 3 in the morning, as our caravan is traveling through rural Wisconsin, a cop passes me and pulls in behind Sparrow's car. After following her for a few miles, the flashing lights come on and Sparrow gets pulled over. We are so in the middle of nowhere that I pull over too, thinking I didn't want to lose track of half the crew. Shout out to the days before cell phones. So as I join the group of cars on the shoulder, the officer approaches. Sir, can I help you? I just wanted to keep an eye. On my friends. We're just passing through. Sir, stay in your car. Yes, ma'am. She gets on her radio, 245. I'm going to need some backup here. 2 minutes later, a second squad car joins us, and it's now four police and five roadies. I overhear the conversation at Sparrow's car. The female officer says to Sparrow, I thought I saw you swerve over the line back there. Have you been drinking tonight? To which Sparrow responds, I'm fucking 10 years sober. You want to call my fucking sponsor? Turns out the cop did not want to call her fucking sponsor, but she did want to search the car. Now, Wisconsin is a zero tolerance state for the devil's lettuce. A roach in your ashtray fetches the same punishment as a seed in your floorboards or an ounce in your trunk. So they find a backpack with a pipe and some jazz cabbage in it that belonged to Sean Johnson, and off he goes in cuffs. Then they found Sparrow's kit with her weed and pipe, and boom, she disappears. They haul them back to the nearest town, whatever bumfucked Egypt, Wisconsin. Then they come for our car. Now, we have established a pretty good rapport with our officers we're talking to. We're having a lively debate on the effectiveness of the current war on drugs when a backpack gets held up out of the trunk. Whose is this? That's mine, says Donner, and Donner gets arrested. Then it was just me and Toke standing there. Toke had some acid, he had some weed, and he had hid it all in his coat. The big woolly army jacket that had rips in the lining, he dropped his shit in there, avoiding detection. My weed was hiding in a tape case on the floor with a dozen other tape cases, and my 10 strip of LSD was in a baggie was being used as a bookmark in the book on the seat beside the driver. I also avoided detection. The police had spent so long with us, they started to cut corners. Are you authorized to drive this rental? Oh yeah, officer, I'm the driver. All right, follow us into town. When the office opens at 7, you can bail out your friends. Toke took Sparrow's car and I drove the rental, and we followed the police back to our friends back to the town. So there we are in Nowheresville, Wisconsin, pooling our money for bail. Together, Toke and I had enough to get Sparrow out, and we knew she had a credit card, so she was able to pay for Donner to get out. But they would not release the only black dude in our group, Sean Johnson. Turned out to be a clerical error, but they said they were keeping him on an outstanding warrant from Atlanta for burglary. He sat in that jail for over a year off that bullshit, and he missed Christmas with his kids, and I never saw him again. And I still hate Wisconsin. The rest of us went on down the road to make the next gig in Detroit. Toke rode with Sparrow. Donner and I were in the rental. The sun was high in the clear sky as we drove across the beautiful Mackinac Bridge into Michigan, the longest suspension bridge in all the Western Hemisphere. As Donner drove, I sat in the passenger seat and thought about what a long and busy day it had been. The 12-hour cruise shift, followed by Thanksgiving dinner with the fam, followed by getting arrested, then finally released by the police, and now here across this gorgeous bridge, we blasted towards our destination. A strange sort of marijuana and sleep debt paranoia began to take hold as I thought about those 10 hits of acid still in my book. We had already smoked all my weed as soon as we sprung Donner, and Toke was riding with Sparrow. And I just saw another cop car, and the cops in Michigan have big bubble sirens on the roof of their cruisers. And I see another one, and I start to see them everywhere. And I turn to Donner and I say, "Yo, man, I got to get rid of this acid." He said, "Are you going to throw it away?" And I'm thinking, this is $50 worth of killer blotter that I have smuggled across many state lines. And I said, "No, man, I'm going to take it." So after a 20 some hour day of adventure and travel, I dropped 10 hits of premium acid, and it hits me like a feather bullet, like a glitter wrecking ball. My head was loaded into a trebuchet and catapulted into my chest to explore a whole new galaxy that was growing inside my heart, which did not pump but rode into the tide of my guts and the water's edge that crashed against the shores of the city and its tiny lights in the forest that stretched out down my legs and into my shoes. 4 or 5 or 20,000 hours later, the sun was going down, and I was crawling around inside the roof of the car, shrieking like a rhesus monkey as Donner jerked the steering wheel around, trying to knock me off the back of the passenger seat. Just then, no shit, as we arrive in the outskirts of Detroit, Detroit Rock City by Kiss comes on the radio. I was twisting that volume knob around and around like I was threading a screw, and the radio just kept flashing max volume, and I was screaming, "I want to feel it." Donner laughed as we drove into the heart of Detroit looking for our hotel. Finally, we arrived at an old Ramada Inn that was in the middle of renovations. The lobby was shabby and half painted and overrun with bustling tourists, all dressed in beige shorts and long white socks, powder blue tops, and big white hats. I bumped my way through the throng of chattering and clucking bodies, checking the itineraries and twittering happily as I sweated by, dressed in black, steaming up to the concierge. "Excuse me, sir. I am here to check into my room, sir. Do you have a reservation, sir?" "Sir, I do. Under Orion Donicht with Quality Cruise, I think, sir." He typed away at his computer as I surveyed the throng of life dancing across the dirty carpets of the lobby. Nobody knows but me. Nobody knows but me. Nobody knows but me. All right, sir. Here's your room key, sir. "Thank you, sir." Nobody knows but me. Nobody knows but me. Nobody knows but me. I walked out to the car where Donner was unloading the trunk. There was Sean Johnson's climbing harness. Donner said, "He's not going to need this. Here, you better hold on to it." And that's how I became a climber on the crew instead of just a hand. I pulled together my pack and later to Donner and went to see who my roommates were going to be. My room was on the 16th floor, and as I got off the elevator, I could tell something was different. The rooms were further apart. The tall doors looked elegant and grandiose. I opened my door and imagined there must have been some mistake. I had never gotten my own room before, especially not a solo executive suite, certainly not with a California split king bed and a never with a wall-to-wall entertainment center and a 4x4 8-foot window that slid wide open, and I swung out of that open window 16 stories above the lights and smokes and horn of downtown. The bustling city was alive, action, and the wind balled it up and blew it in my face. The jamming city yelled at me, and I yelled back, "You don't know how important we are. We're roadies for the fucking Rolling Stones." Ah! Chapter 27. This is an excerpt from my father's journal. 1975, Pillager, Minnesota. I was managing a bar room in northern Minnesota, living in a trailer with Rebecca, pregnant at the time with Orion. Finished work and I went to bed. I woke to find my Aunt Clarice standing at the end of my bed. She had been ill, terminal cancer. She wanted to die at home. Don't be afraid, she said. She appeared just as in life. I just want to reassure you there's nothing to fear and try to console you. I know you'll miss me, but you must know that I am at peace now, and you and mother will see me again at grandma and grandpa's. She gestured with her hand, and in the wake of the movement, a crack between worlds appeared, and there stood my grandparents on the porch of a simple, beautiful white house surrounded by gardens and trees. A path wound to the house. Clarice waved at me once more. I'll see you and your ma soon, she said, and turned and walked up the path. The phone rang, and I was sitting up in bed next to my wife. I knew it was my mother. She was near tears. Will, Clarice died moments ago. I know, Ma. Later, when my mother and I were alone in the boat at the lake, I told her this wonderful story, and her eyes brimmed, and she knew that ring of truth. Back in 1998, the food arrived. Two specials and one short stack. Anything else? Syrup, please, and more coffee too when you get time. Time is all I got. That's all anyone has. That and chance. So, Orion, Carrie asked, whatever happened to Donner's mother? Oh, nothing. The tour went to Europe. My part was done. Donner took the car back to Atlanta, and I went to stay with my dad. When I get to my dad's after the tour, I see that dad had moved his bedroom to the living room and was sleeping on the couch, closer to the TV and the dogs and away from the stairs. Because of the bail and the rental car, I returned home 400 bucks in the hole. I thought dad would be pissed, but he handled it well. I knew it. I fucking knew it. You're gone for 4 months, come back broke with some shit locks in your hair. It was true. Sleeping on all those floors with my hoodie for a pillow and using Dr. Bronner's for shampoo on my thin, long, thin hair during my weekly shower left me with five skinny dreads on the back of my head. Dad continues, dreadlocks are for black guys. Dreadlocks on black guys are fucking gross. On white guys, they look really fucking stupid. Takes a sip of water. Fucking dreads. Ran out of money. I bet you do it all again, too. You know I would. I'm sure you would. Well, now what? Want to get cleaned up before dinner? I excused myself to the bathroom. Seeing how thin I was in the mirror makes me think of how skinny my dad had gotten. His mustache had become the biggest part of his face. When he used to compete with his nose and his big bottom lip, he was shrinking away inside his skin, which had taken on an ashy pall. I shake out my shaggy blonde mop and look under the sink for my grandparents' clippers. I'd plug them in and kick them on with a click. They worked fine. I shave my head in the mirror and then take a shower. Dad takes one look at me coming to the table and blows up. Jesus Christ, a fucking skinhead. Are you in boot camp or prison? God damn, that's ugly. After a while, he calms down. He'd always enjoyed his own thick headed black curls. Once when I was young, I made a wish to not have my dad's hair. I've regretted that ever since. We settled in for dinner. It's just the two of us. Old hippie Dave had found a woman to take him on, and dad's girlfriend Sandy had her own crib and her own kid to feed. Dad had been doing a raw food diet for a few weeks. The plates were bursting with color, big piles of fresh veggies, gorgeous lettuce, avocado, nuts and seeds, unleavened bread, water to drink. The dinner's delicious. And afterwards, I like to go out to a bar for a beer and a cheeseburger. Dad, Maxie, and I love to watch movies and hang out and talk about the day. I'm doing the cooking and the cleaning. It was the closest we had gotten in years. Even though dad is deteriorating every day, he'll say things like, I'm too pissed to die. There's too much to bitch about. And I'm going to surprise them all and survive. I egg him on. I want to believe it, but he keeps getting worse. A deep rattling cough starts settling in his lungs. I talked him into going into the VA to get it checked. The diagnosis is pneumonia. The doctor prescribes a pill, and I take dad home. Listen, kid, I'm dying for a real meal. What do you say we get a couple burgers and fries tonight? I said, I love it. Maybe let's swing by the bottle shop for some E&J and a case of Heine. I hesitate a little. All right. But I swing in. Half rack of Heineken, pint of brandy, pack of Camel Straights, two burgers in a bag. We get home and I dish it up. I start wolfing mine down and washing it out with beer. Dad barely looks at the plate in his lap. He smells the burger and touches a fry to his lip. He takes a swig of brandy and a sip of beer. He leans back in the couch, says, damn, it tastes good. How's the food? Great, I say through a mouthful. Do you remember when you were a kid, you used to eat so fast and so much? I asked you why you ate every meal like it was your last. And you said, it might be. I don't remember that. It was back when you were cute. Too long ago. No one remembers that. I remember. Man, what a drag that hospital was today, huh? I hate that place. Me too, Dad. I sure would hate to die there. Oh man, really? I agreed, stuff in my face. That'd be awful. I finished my plate, and he hands me his. Looks like he didn't eat anything. I don't want to fuck up my buzz, he smiles. I put our plates on the counter and slip a couple cold fries to Maxie, patting alongside me. We retired in the living room and taking a flick and drink in the dark, listening to the TV, watching the walls. Chapter 28. This is from my dad's journal. Canada shudders. I dove into the cold water, down to the underwater door of the muskrat's dome. I'd known the Muskrats since they were kids. Jeremy and Annie Muskrat, I suppose. They had all the conveniences in their warm little home. They told me of a great fish, a northern, just that swam where the water turned to ice. I walked across the tundra until I met a family who lived on a farm. I stayed a while, and after dinner, they told me of a big northern who wanted to talk to me. She lived further north. I walked to the north end of the Great Lake, then out onto the ice to the edge of the water and waited. She came. Come with me, she said. It's too cold. You won't notice the cold if you're with me. We sat at the water line. I remained unconvinced. I was afraid she would eat me if I got in the water. When I awake the next morning, the sun is already up. I hear a quiet moan from the living room. Dad moaned a lot these days, so I didn't think too much of it. I got dressed, and when I go down to the living room, I see Dad has fallen off the couch onto the floor, too weak to get himself back up. I pick him up easily, too easily, and set him upright. I smell it first, and when I look over, I find he had shit the couch. Oh no, Dad, I'll get it. Don't worry. I look into his face, and his eyes roll back, and there's foam in the corners of his mouth. His head flops back, and he lets out another moan. I run to the phone to call Sandy. Hello? Sandy, it's Orion. Dad's doing real bad. I don't know what to do. Hold on, Orion. I'm on my way. Sandy is here in minutes. I have the couch cleaned up by then, but Dad hasn't improved. Will, honey, are you okay? How are you feeling? His eyes flutter and roll, and he lets out a soft moan. That's all he's done all morning. I found him on the floor. Sandy looks at me. Orion, do you think you can load him up in my car? I should say no. I should keep him home, but I panic. I don't even think about what he had said. I just pick his body up, wrap him in a blanket, and carry him out the door like a baby. Leaving the cool, dark house and stepping outside is like diving into water. The fresh air and sunshine hits me in the face. I close my eyes for a second to hear the birds singing in the trees. The shock wears off a little and I start to cry. I carry him to the passenger seat of Sandy's car and buckle him in. Then I jump in the back seat. When we arrive at the VA, I watch the nurses prep my dad on a gurney while Sandy makes some calls and fills out paperwork. Flecks of bloody foam stick to the inside of his oxygen mask. His eyes are closed. As the day goes on, people start to visit, mostly women. I hope Dad was still able to hear because the room is filled with twinkling laughter of his ex girlfriends sharing stories about him. Dad would have loved that. A half dozen or more women standing around his body, talking about how much he will be missed. Late into the evening, Sandy offers to take me home. Orion, there's plenty of us here now. We're going to take turns watching him. Why don't you go get some rest? I want to stay, but she's right. He's in good company, and I'm physically and emotionally exhausted. When I get home, Maxie's waiting for the news. I have a smoke and pet her and tell her what's going on. I drink some brandy and clean the house and cry. Maxie and I sleep on the couch together. About 2 in the morning, the phone rings. My stomach drops out as I answer. Hello? Orion, he passed. I'm so sorry. Thank you. I say and hang up. He's gone, Maxie. Tears come hot and fast, and Maxie buries her face in her paws on my chest, and we lie there in the dark, weeping. Chapter 29. This is a little bit from my dad's journal. Time. I am my grandfather in his house, my house. I felt frantic. A large, colorful clock hung on the wall, the hands moving very quickly. I put the clock on the coffee table. The numbers jumped out of the clock and began running around the little table hysterically, frightening cartoon characters. They would not get back into that damn clock. The day was overcast and gray when we got to Denali. Stuart was still talking about breakfast. Damn, that was good. I might never have to eat again. I've had a lot of things on my pancakes, but never a cheeseburger. We had made it to a dusty gravel parking lot in the foothills of Denali. The clouds were too low to see the top of the mountains, but you could feel the immensity as you stood next to it. There she is, folks, the biggest hill on this side of the planet. I can't see it. Which direction? Carrie joked. Out of the trunk, I pull my dad's box. Inside were his and Maxie's last ashes in their bags. I slipped the bags into my coat pocket and broke the box down. The three of us started up the trail. It was a slow, rising, wide gravel bar at the base, and we climbed it easily. As we walked uphill, the gravel turned to rock, and the trail got steeper. The wind started to pick up. I felt the cool breeze on my sweaty forehead as the path grew narrower and rockier. Stu was in the lead, carrying the middle, and I brought up the rear in our single file line. Dust devils rose from the ground in front of us, danced around, and disappeared. The bushes on the hill rustled with wind in the branches. The only sound was the crunch of our boots. I looked up at the clouds, were swiftly moving across the sky. We came to a wide open area on the hillside. Off to the left, the rock made a wall rising above our head. The wall had a crack in the center that looked wide enough to squeeze in, and I could see daylight through the other side. Hey, I'm gonna go check this out. Stu and Carrie waved back at me as I veered over to the side. As I approached the crack, I could see it was man sized. I turned sideways and squeezed into it. It was tight, but I could get through. 10 feet of narrow cave, and then it opened up on the other side, standing on a ledge over a valley that dropped off and out. Over here, the birds were singing, and a river was lazily sparkling in the distance. The sun broke through the clouds and hit me in the face, and I sneezed. Well, this looks pretty good, eh? Standing on the ledge with my back to the wall, I pulled out two plastic baggies. A soft breeze cooled my skin as I undid the twist ties and said a little prayer. Oh, Maxie, the best dog ever. You were such a good girl. Rest now, best friend. I shook her baggie out, and the last of her ashes blew away in the wind. Now I started to cry. All right, Dad, let's get you out of there. Holding his bag in my palm, I looked up at the sky. I love you, Dad. I'll miss you always. I forgive you. Now I release you. The wind blew sideways as I poured the last of my dad's ashes into the air. The particles danced around in a whirlwind and then off they blew into the distance. I watched as it dissipated. The dust clouds disintegrated. Wiping away my tears, I blew my nose into my hanky. Suddenly, I heard a scream. And I turned my head around just in time to see Carrie running downhill past the crack, closely followed by Stu, who was being chased by what appeared to be a magic carpet with teeth and claws. I quickly squeezed back out of the crevasse and came out behind the Wolverine that was chasing Stu and Carrie down the hill. We were all running as fast as we could. The Wolverine hadn't seen me yet. It was so focused on the two of them. It was hissing and spitting. Its teeth were gnashing. Its huge claws were clacking on the rocks. It was flat to the ground, but it still looked huge. Wolverines had been known to take on brown bears, and I could see why. It was ferocious. It chased Stu and Carrie all the way back to the car, and they stopped, and the Wolverine stopped, and I came up to them and I yelled, "Hey, fucker!" The Wolverine whipped around, came at me with its claws out and its mouth open wide. Oh shit! I jumped back, circled around the side. The Wolverine held its ground, looking between Stu and Carrie and I, trying to decide which one of us to kill first. I flanked around it and came to the car door. Thank God we left it unlocked. All three of us jumped in the car, and the Wolverine hissed at us once more and then disappeared into some bushes. What the fuck was that? Carrie exclaimed. I think that was a Wolverine, said Stu. I've never seen one of those before. That was awesome, I said. Stu looked at me. He said, Seen enough for today? I said, Definitely. He fired up the rig. Let's get out of here. This is the epilogue. One more story. I'm 19, and my dad's band, the Joel Johnson Band, gets a slot on a music showcase in New Orleans. They play a different club every night for a week, and since they're driving down from Minneapolis and there's room in the car, I get to go. Me and my dad, Tommy Burns, the harmonica player, and John Franken, the guitarist, pile into Grandpa's Lumina and head down I-5. Tommy sleeps in the passenger seat for the first 6 hours till we get to a gas station in Missouri. When Tommy returns from the bathroom, he's got a second wind and insists on driving a bit. He ends up driving the rest of the way to New Orleans, chatting and laughing loudly the whole way. I would start to wonder if his wind was chemically induced. Notice I asked my dad, and of course it is. Notice how Tommy went to the bathroom every chance he got? He wasn't just brushing his tooth. New Orleans in the 90s was a hell of a town. The rich flora and fauna, music in the streets at all hours. When we got there, we were put up for the night in a beautiful room right in the quarter. My dad hustles down to the first bar he sees, and I follow suit shortly after. Being only 19, it takes a minute to get used to not having to worry about getting served. Tommy tells me, just fucking go in there, order a drink like you own the place, and if they flip you shit, say you left your ID in the room. Nobody says nothing except, what'll it be? If you could get up on a bar stool, they'll serve you. One club has a piano player sounds just like Tom Waits. I sit and listen to him and drink cheap beer and tequila and feel like I've really gotten somewhere. Some home bum asked me if I like music. I say I do. He says, well, stick with it, while giving me two thumbs up. I take another sip of the potion and took that as a happy omen. The town is so rocking. I'm out drinking every night and waking up at different places every day. One afternoon, I wake up on a park bench with a to go cup of pina colada in my hand. A police officer is walking the beat right in front of me as I stretch out and take a slurp. Ah, Nollins. Later that night, I'm standing under a streetlight in front of a liquor store when a girl who must have been 14 approaches me. Hey, mister, will you buy me some beer? She asked. Well, I sure didn't want to, but I wasn't going to let her try to ask the wrong person either. So I said, did you try? So what? Let's go on in and try. If they won't sell to you, I'll buy you some. Okay, she says, and I light a smoke. She goes in the store. I watch the smoke roll down the night's warm streets. 2 minutes later, she comes hustling out with a case of beer in her arms. Thanks, mister, she says with a big old grin. Happy to help, I say to myself as I flick the cherry off the smoke, field strip it, and put the butt in my back pocket. Every night in a different club with the band. One night's at this brick box in Baton Rouge. The rest of the block is an urban renewal, just rubble and rebar. But in the center stands this club that had been there for 100 years. Inside, the fluorescent lights glow on a dirty dance floor. Walls lined with promo pictures of blues legend and bullet holes. The bar is a glass display case from a jeweler or something, with a big black man behind it who hands you cold cans of beer from an igloo cooler. They also sell mixers there: Coke, Sprite, Diet Coke, soda water, but you have to bring your own booze, and most everybody does. Five white guys from Minnesota go over about as good as could be expected. We boogie the night away and head back into the city for the next gig. For a couple nights there, we stayed with an ex-girlfriend, one of my dad's oldest friends. She owns a textile shop outside of downtown, and I have to ride the bus into the quarter to get to the next gig. The bus route runs through some of the worst-looking neighborhoods I've ever seen. Mattresses on fire in the middle of the street, all the signs torn down so cops can't find the address, actual zombies walking in circles. Then the next block would be amazing gardens and plantation-style homes built hundreds of years ago. I've never seen such a mix. One night at Jimmy Buffett's Margaritaville, Dad and I are having a drink, waiting for the Joel Johnson band's slot to start. We're watching and critiquing an unknown solo country singer songwriter. His slow stuff was beautiful, but when he tries to play his more rocking stuff, it falls a little flat. He keeps looking back and yelling, "Let's go!" at a rhythm section that isn't there, playing the chords while imagining the guitar solos with his eyes closed. It looks like the strain of faking it is getting to him. Dad leans into me and says, "Let's step out." We walk out the front door and take a left. As we go around the corner of the building, he lights a joint. Oh, that poor bastard trying to carry the whole show, he says. We hear some giggling as we walk and spy in a shallow alcove in the wall behind a tall, thin potted plant. Two women and a man are getting undressed. They laugh as we walk by, toking and passing. I sure like it here, I say. It is the big easy, Dad replies. I look over at my dad in his corduroy sport coat and jeans, beetle boots and big black hair, pinching the tip of the cigarette, stuffing the roach in there. He lights it up with half a smile on his face. And that is now my favorite memory of him in his element. A hot night in a cool town with my dad, the rocker. And that, my friends, is where I learned to do this. I was sitting in the living room of the 423 house in Anchorage with Jeff and Matisse, stuffing a roach into the tip of my cigarette. Well, you guys, by the time I look for a jobby job, I'm going to have to head back to Portland, I think. I want to check out Portland, Jeff says. So do I. Maybe you have room in that car of yours for me, Matisse added. I got room for both of you if you want. That'd be awesome. Sounds great. I'm in. Excuse me, I got to make a couple calls, says Jeff. Jeff's out of earshot. Matisse leans in and whispered, Jeff still hasn't gotten his license back from, you might not want to let him do any driving, just saying. All right. Excuse me, says Matisse as she went and shut the bathroom door. Jeff walks in. Okay, listen, Matisse is not that great of a driver, you know. You might want to think about not letting her drive. All right, I said. We left the next morning. We made just over 2,000 miles in 3 days. I drove the whole way, scoffing trucker pills and slamming coffee. But that's a different story. The end. Happy Father's Day, you guys. I hope that I hope that was fun for you. See you again.